Wood.
Check 1, 2, Mayor. Check 1, 2, 3.
There's actually 4 of us here, but that's fine.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
That much better. Thank you for paying attention. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Thank you. Okay, that's great. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome to the November 24th special meeting of Council. The City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory, upon which we gather with gratitude. Today, Council, we have a full session on the 20 to 26 let's start this again. The 2026 to 2030 financial plan. And so we're going to be discussing this, and this is what we have in our special meeting today. That's why it's so special, because it's all about finances, and we know that's special in all of our hearts. I would just like to do a quick preamble, if I can, before we move on further here, Council. Just to let you know that we as RDN directors and myself as mayor, there's an extreme amount of emotion running around now, the increases in property taxes, some of which we control here at the City of Parksville, some of it are controlled by the RDN and so forth, that are out of, well, somewhat out of some of our control. But it's quite a bit of anguish anyways over it. So I feel it's right that you understand that what decisions made here are very imperative to the well-being of our community, obviously, but also we have to consider the financial impact on our citizens, recognizing the fact that here in the City of Parksville, you have the dubious quality of having RDN taxes as well as City of Parksville taxes, of which the RDN taxes are collecting as well for the sewage treatment center, the new one going in at French Creek. And the big one, of course, is the NRGH Hospital, which continues to rise in costs, and the percentage is rising to our taxpayers as well. So this is impacting people in our region. So just keep that in mind, that a lot of people are under stress right now, and we make decisions. We make it with all of the following in mind. So thank you for that. Ms. Holmes, welcome, and thanks for getting all the preparation and the other reports to us earlier so that we could review them. I really appreciate that. It was very helpful. Jetta, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So today is really the accumulation of all of the decision and direction that we've kind of chatted about and that we've received direction from you about during our deliberations over the last month. So today what I'll do is I'll walk through one by one, 21 different items that have come to you for request for decision. And they're not in any particular order. So it's important to remember that if you're making a motion on one, it may impact the funding that's available for subsequent ones. So I've tried to identify where we have options for funding and where we don't have options for funding. And what we would look for from council is a decision or direction on each item. So about item number 1, we decide X or Y, yes or no, or funding or whatever the question might be on each slide. So we'll move through those methodically, and we'll look for your direction on that.
So I just interrupt, Council, if you can confirm that you all received a copy of the plan where I'm suggesting, like, the very first one is increase accessible parking for gravel parking lot. And then we have the background on the very next page. Of course, I got it in paper. You got it on your tablets or your computers anyways. So that will save a lot of questions if you have that information already, which I'm sure you've already gone through anyhow. So that's great. So a lot of the information will be there, and Jed is here to answer the questions of funding opportunities and where those finances can be found to put all of these very worthwhile projects through. Thank you.
Okay, in addition to the background or information that was provided by staff, the slide does provide some additional information. So probably reference both of those documents as we're working through your decisions on each of them, and I'll highlight those items for you. Just to touch base where we are in the process. So we're at our kind of final deliberation type meeting, in which case with council's direction today, we may be full speed ahead to bring you draft bylaws on the December 15th meeting. So that's where we would be at in our process, subject to where we get to today. So most of the proposals today are about additional service levels. And so it's important to understand that those are typically funded by property taxes unless there's grant funding or other kind of one-off type funding available. Some of them are aligned with your strategic plan items, and we've identified those for you today. Others are one-time or recurring costs, so I'll highlight that as well so you can understand whether it's an impact just to 2026 property taxes or whether it would impact each year. And then, of course, understanding that if we're using grant funding, then subsequent decisions may be fewer options depending what's remaining in that grant funding. As a reminder, as to where our kind of starting point is, in our financial plan core starting point right now, we have 5.8%. As well, council has already approved 0.32% of increases in previous meetings. So we're starting at 6.12% increase today. So Marley will be tracking cumulatively council's decisions as we move through these items. So at any time we can check in on where we're at. And of course, if you want to go back to a decision, we can move backwards on that too. But just so you know, Marley will be tracking that for us as we move through the meeting.
And just back up, that was as of right now, 6.12.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, in terms of setting the stage and summarizing what we saw in the core financial plan is the corporate work plan has a number of very significant projects already on the plate and moving forward for 2026. Some of those are legislated or given direct direction from council, like the OCP update, the DCC bylaw update, and of course the election a year from now. And so staff will be very involved in doing all of those activities already. We've got a number of studies underway, the drinking water study, which, as you know, may impact capital, it might impact operating, it might impact rates. And so until we have the findings and recommendations from that, we don't know kind of what the impacts of that might be. We also have a recreation user study that might impact future decisions. And then our infrastructure master plans, although we've received all of those, as I mentioned previously, we're going to be bringing to you in the spring a synthesization of those into a long-term capital plan. And that'll help support some of that infrastructure renewal that we discussed at the November 3rd meeting. In the protective services area, we have our fire hall upgrade. We still are waiting for those Class B estimates, which we hope will bring to council before the end of the year, in which case then we can understand what any funding impacts are on that. Unfortunately, we won't hear back on the grant funding probably until the spring. So that's still one that has got some things we're waiting for. The RCMP, as we've discussed, has that 15,000 population, which we may cross over in the next couple of years. And then within kind of the 10-year timeframe, we're also probably looking at costs related to a new detachment building for the RCMP. Lastly is just some really significant capital projects already in the plan for next year. Stanford Avenue and Jensen Avenue, kind of linear infrastructure upgrades, the Parksville Pathway Phase 1 construction, number of ERWS projects, and then that financial ERP system, which is probably over the next 3 years, updating that. As we move through the slides, I've tried to highlight what the options might be for funding sources, and those might include operating revenues like property taxes or utility fees, capital reserves that are from city-generated funds like our water, sewer in general that are coming from fees and property taxes. We also have capital reserves that have come from grants like gas tax or Growing Communities Fund. And then we have the operating reserves that were established last year, like future expenditures reserves and financial stabilization reserves. Finally, I'll just mention there's also council contingency. And a couple of years ago, council for some of the smaller requests actually specifically allocated amounts from council contingency as part of the financial plan. And so I'll highlight that where that may be appropriate. Again, the amount that's already included in the core financial plan is $25,000. So if you wanted, and Marley will also track that so that you know how much of that you've allocated through these discussions. So as I mentioned, we'll be looking for a recommendation from council for each item, just so that we can track in the minutes what the decision was on each of these items as we move through them. I've grouped the decision items into 4 different categories. The first are items that are aligned with council strategic plan items, specific council resolutions, staff recommendations or initiatives, and that's where staff have identified possible improvements to service levels or perhaps pilot projects that they would recommend be continued. And lastly is the community group funding request. So that's a follow-up from our November 12th meeting. And just looking for a decision after you heard all of those presentations on that day. For any items that are non-wage or non-consulting, we've provided what is the upfront cost, what are funding options, and then what are the related operating costs that we might expect annually, as well as what are our asset management or life cycle costs. So for example, we might have a new parking lot that then has an operating cost for maintenance every year, but then maybe we have a renewal cost at the end of its life in 20 years where there's a significant renewal cost. So it's important for council to understand all 3 categories of those costs so you can make a decision. Even if something seems relatively inexpensive upfront, there may be significant operating costs into the future, which would impact property taxes or utility fees. So we're trying to provide that information. In some cases, we don't have that yet just because the estimates are rough, but where we can, we've tried to provide those for you. So starting with council strategic plan items, we've got a number of items aligned with the vibrant and livable downtown strategic item, as well as a couple of items in the investment in recreation amenities. So the first is to provide increased accessible parking for the gravel lot in the community park. And this would be a 2026 project with an estimated cost of $50,000 and funded from property tax. And right now there's only 6 designated accessible parking spaces, and we've had feedback from the public that more certainly would be welcomed. And so what the recommendation is to increase those by 6 for a total of 12 parking lots, and would then be available to visitors to the park year round. Obviously, during our busier time in the summer, those would be welcomed as well. Serves the needs of the community, especially given its proximity to the new pathway and the Sandcastle competition area. I don't think I have any more information for you on that, but happy to take any questions you might have.
Thanks, Jed. A question through the staff, if I could. I'm having difficulty finding how we can, it's the gravel parking lot adjacent to the curling rink there. How we're coming up with $50,000 for accessible. What does that mean on a gravel parking lot? What is that cost containing? Like I would expect accessible parking spots would consist of signage just in front of a favorable area to get into the park. I'm just not sure what $50,000 would be required to do to turn this. Thanks, Keith. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that would be excavating some certain areas out and then backfill them with gravel, compacting, kind of squaring off some areas and then putting in signage.
Wow. So it's I'm hearing what the big cost is actually pulling out the gravel, backfilling it, making it a more solid surface. And as well as signage. Okay, I didn't realize that all had to be done as well. Okay, thank you. Mary? Oh, sorry, Councillor Beal. Sorry.
Thank you,
committee.
Mr. Mayor, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to say more at that time. I actually do have a little information as well about that to carry on from what Keith was saying. As I attend the Access Oceanside Association and have visited the spots where there are accessible parking now, and it is quite different. Yes, it's compacted, but it's a different sort of gravel, and it's really, really critical that it be properly done. People who have vans where they offload, let's say to the side or to the rear, if it's not properly level, people can literally tip over with their power chairs and the like. So they have really appreciated the ones that have been put in place there, and they're working really, really well. I don't know if this is the time to say this. I'd certainly like to see this going forward. I do have a question about possible funding. I'm just wondering, would it be possible either to look for some grants that might work for this? But the other question is, could some of our off-street parking reserve be applied to this if we can't get adequate funding elsewhere?
Through the mayor. So certainly the access kind of initiatives like this often are eligible for grant funding, and we're always looking for those opportunities. So we would certainly try for that. I can look into the off-street parking. Actually, before you even said it, I made a note to myself. I thought, I wonder if we could use this. We could look into that and see if that might be an option.
Good point. Can I jump in? Yeah, it just as well, because I noticed, Jetta, on the Stanford Avenue public parking lot, the next item right behind this one, it's suggesting that we have parking reserve. Sorry. Yeah, for that one, there's sufficient funds remaining for this one in the off parking, but no, the approval of funding would use more than half of it. So that would suggest to me that there's half of it left over. Could we not use the half left over from that one to pay for the 50,000 on this one?
I'm going to have to look into this. I know this was kind of the creation of brand new parking, whether or not we could also use it to enhance a current parking lot. It seems, I mean, I think there would be sufficient funding. So if council would like to move ahead with this, we could kind of make it subject to that if you would like, and we can follow up.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bill, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. I certainly want to support this almost regardless, but I would like to see us, first of all, look for funding either within existing pots of money or grant possibilities. But if neither of those would completely cover the costs, I would want to see us go ahead regardless. I appreciated the fact that there are standards that would allow, suggest that we needed more there. And we certainly saw the need. And I know that myself being down at the park in the summer at the Sandcastle competition, there were people who were hoping to park closer to that. And so having an increase, I know will be well used.
Yeah, through the mayor, I know that this would bring us more in line with best practices in terms of proportions and numbers of spots for accessible users.
Yes, and I too concur with Councillor Beal that this is a good project, but I really feel that we have sufficient funding within that doesn't have to go to taxation, and to make it conditional on that, I would say so, because even backing it up, I know there's only 25,000 in contingency, but that would eat all and more. Say if it's actually 50,000, but I guess my question actually goes back to the hard costs. The hard cost of $50,000 is, as I understand, is signage and the gravel and the excavating of their own. I guess a question of staff, would this not be done by our own staff?
Yes, it could be done by our own staff or a contractor, either way. But there would still be, the biggest cost would be the excavation and the backfill.
would that not be done by our own staff as well with our front end loader and just getting the material delivered, the excavation? I saw our crew out there for the last couple of days. It looked like they're digging up around the meter boxes down 19A, which I understand that they're now paving it today, which is great. I understand that, but I just, would our staff not be doing that, the excavation and so forth?
It would all depend on the timing and the availability of our staff. We have a backhoe, and chances are use a small excavator or something to do that work.
Right. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that the hard cost could be considerably less than 50,000, because I know we also have our own sign shop as
Right.
well. That we were talking to add six signs would be marginal. I'm not sure if there's a budget specific for the sign shop, but I'm thinking that the cost is going to be, if we could use our own staff to do this project, I think it would be considerably less than 50,000. Saying that we already have the staff. I know they have to be reallocated from something else. I always get that, but I'm just trying to get that cost number down to makes it easier to make sure this project gets done.
If I
ahead,
could just add to the comments from our Director of Operations, we have about 4 vacancies right now in operations. And so I think what we were trying to do is, if this was something that absolutely had to be done and council wanted it to be done on an urgent basis, that we would plan for more of the contractor costs than our own costs. So it's possible that those costs could be less, but I think what we're seeing in all of our projects is anytime we're moving earth or excavating earth, it's an expensive proposition. So I think what we're hearing is, if staff was available, then it's perhaps some of it could be done by staff at a lesser cost. But I think right now with vacancies, just keeping up with the kind of required work in the roads and drainage section is more challenging. So I think that's part of what this cost reflects as well.
Well, I think definitely supporting this project with the thought of if staff could do it, that would be a great benefit to our budget. But at the same time, I think that the whole point is moot if you find out that we can use the parking reserve fund, and then we can end up just going to a contractor and just saying, get it done. Yeah, okay, thank you. I just. CEO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's not a guarantee, but we are planning on applying for a Spark grant for this, which is a maximum of 25,000. And obviously we may or may not get it, but we have been getting messaging that we are likely to get it for those types of improvements. And then we did just check the legislation on the parking reserve, and it has to be new spaces. So we would probably need to look into that, because while it's new accessible spaces, they're not new spaces. So we would probably run that by our legal and just see if we can use that. But I think with the suggestions from council that it may be a bit longer if we wait for our own staff, but as long as that expectation is acceptable, I think we could probably try to offset it with the grant and reduce the cost if we use our own. And that may push it into 27 if there's some unforeseen staffing challenges. But I think we could, if council wanted to make it subject to those 2 terms, I think it would be a lesser amount on the budget.
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time finding why it would not qualify for the parking reserve fund, because I know where that parking reserve fund came from, and so it was. Anyways, especially if we're saying that we're creating 6 accessible parking spots. To me, that's a very worthy usage of that fund, and
Yeah, it comes
quite
from
frankly, it is our own money,
but it comes from the provincial legislation on the off-street parking reserves,
right?
what's eligible costing for that. So I think the argument could be made that they're new accessible spaces.
Right.
But we would have to just make sure that that's correct before we commit that funding.
Okay. Okay. Any further comment, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Dora, go ahead.
Thank you. Kiva, is this gravel space a designated parking space? Just to try and get the answer to the creation of new spaces question?
Go ahead.
Or is it just a vacant lot that people use to park their vehicles?
Well, I think that would probably, the argument, they are parking spaces. So they're
Okay.
actively used as parking spaces right now.
Right.
These are
So-
overflow spaces.
Yeah, it's
So
overflow.
Thank you. If I may, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And if Councillor Beal, since you brought the idea up, she wants to make the motion, I am happy to second it to move forward with this from the parking reserve or grants and using the staff resources that Kiva mentioned. And I'm not able to speak to AOA directly on this, but if they have any objection to this being in 2027, if not, then I'm okay with it because we have to be very conservative as we see the property tax percentage climbing up. I would like it to get it done, but also the most economical way possible if we can. Thank you.
So I think that was pretty well what CAO Kaler was suggesting anyways with her. It's somewhat conditional. If we can get it done by staff, do so. If we can use all the parking reserve, do so. Council's approving this project at this time with the following conditions. Does that work, CAO? Okay.
Yeah, I missed, was Councillor Gore moving that?
I
Councillor Beal.
think, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Beal and then
Councillor
Councillor Gore
Beal,
seconding?
seconded by Councillor Gore.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll use my mic the way I'm supposed to here, get the point across. We have done some improvements down there. We put the Modi mats and places like that for accessibility. And so we have to provide. And if we can, I support it if we can do it with a grant this year, in some regard, get it out of somewhere. But, you know, we do improvements and then we have to support them too. So that I was thinking about accessibility and the use of the park because it is, you know, it's got all the reasons why it should be supported. So thank you. But through a grant this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you. To the mayor, just to be clear, we do have a motion on the floor then now?
Yes, there is a motion on the floor.
So for me, looking at this project, I understand that there's the bringing in line with best practices by increasing accessibility, parking spots there. But when we're looking at the increase in tax rates and we're looking for ways to have some austerity and do the things that are the necessary things, I think we need to be able to separate the nice to haves from the need to haves. And while I understand the benefit here and that the cost isn't tremendous, when we don't know exactly where the funding is coming from, when it'll be done for just what I would call a nice to have, I can't support this as one of the first things that we're jumping into until we know really where we're sitting. I don't think this is having more accessible spots means that our other parking spots are inaccessible. I know that it just meets the standard by having the grade or the compaction of the gravel there. But if looking at our tax rates and keeping things in line with where we need to be means people have to go to the other parking spots around the community park, to me, these 6 spots is not a priority of us right now. So I'm not going to be supporting this. I think if it comes up in the future years when we know that we have the staff, where the money's coming from and how it's going to be done, then I would be able to look at it again. But for today, it's not something I'm going to support.
Would you support if we amended it to more of a hard and fast, subject to being approved for funding from the parking reserve fund, not taxation?
I would support it if this started to strike me as a necessity rather than a nice to have. So right now, with the way that we're looking at our taxes, I'm looking things at more the things that we need to be doing rather than trying to accommodate all the things that would be nice to have.
Right. But recognizing we have the parking reserve fund there, and it would not implicate taxes because it's sitting in a reserve.
If it was coming out of the parking reserve and we had hard costs on it, and we knew when it was going to be done and how it's going to be done,
Yeah.
I would be supportive of that. But right now, if we don't know if it's staff or contract, if it's this year, next year, or the following year, it leaves too many questions, and I don't think it fits in our budget right now. But the parking reserve fund would be a requirement for me to move forward on it.
I agree. Would it be CAO Kaler? Would it be acceptable to give conditional approval based on the fact that this comes out of the parking reserve fund or other grants not impacting increase in property tax.
Yeah, if I may, yes, I mean, we kind of have that in the motion, but I would have to see, or you would have to see if the mover and seconder would be okay with being a little bit tighter on that.
Right.
So we did currently say staff would be doing the work. We would be pursuing the Spark grant and possibly doing it in 27 to accommodate the staff capacity, and then exploring the reserve eligibility. So we may need to tighten that up a little bit just to say that they're subject to there being no property tax implication and being funded solely from reserves and or grants.
Right.
So that would be my recommendation. And then we can report back to council, I guess, and at the end of the year or when we know
Yes.
more about the grants.
Yeah, you'll have better information at that point. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Beal, would you be okay to amend that motion?
No, actually,
No?
that's
Okay.
a short answer, no.
Okay.
It might surprise some of the people here or people who are listening that in fact, this type of a parking spot is in fact a necessity. That without something like this, they cannot get out of their vehicle and get into the park. So I think it's just, I don't think that's an intentional comment, that it's just a nice to have. But truly and honestly, for many, many people, this is a must-have in order for them to access the park. So for that reason, I think that I will say that I believe at the end of the day, Councillor Gore was the one who in fact ended up raising the motion, and I seconded it. But it seems to me that we already have conditions that really tighten it up. I'm fine with it being put in place over the next 2 years, that it might not be in place until 2027, that we're going after a Spark grant. We're looking at how much staff could do this, and also the possibility of using parking reserves. So at the end of the day, it seems that the cost would in fact be significantly reduced, because I'm optimistic that our staff is very good at accessing funds wherever possible. And so at the end of the day, this would have very little, if any, impact on property taxes.
Go ahead, Councillor Fresno.
Just wanted to, through the mayor to Councillor Beal, in fact, when I say that as far as it being nice to have versus necessity, I'm talking more about being in line with the best practices, because we already do have accessible spaces. We just don't meet the best practice number that is determined by who. It's, so I'm not saying that it's a nice to have instead of a necessity as far as having accessible spaces. It's that fact that we already do have accessible spaces there.
Go ahead, Jetta, please.
Thank you. I was just going to offer a possible alternative to this, just in terms of our timing, including having the amendment in the spring to set the property tax rates. Is at this stage, we could consider it for 2027, including if there was a property tax increase. That would give us the time over the next several months to research the other options that may be available, including the grant, such that if we were able to fund it 100% through non-property tax means, we could bring that back to the amended financial plan in the spring. And then council could give direction at that point to move it ahead for 2026 if there was capacity. Otherwise, it would be left as a 2027 project, and council consider it property tax increase in that year, or we may have more information at that time that would allow kind of the process to move forward without requiring a hard decision on that today. So if you were willing to consider that change to the motion, that may be a way to move it forward in the same light and bring it back at the amended. Just a thought.
Yeah, it's still a little loose, undetermined for me. CAO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to suggest that it may be something that council would like to defer, because we do have the final budget discussions happening in the spring. So that would be by the May, usually April is when we bring the final. So we could defer it to that process, which would still leave room if we're able to access grants do the research on the reserves and look at other grants, perhaps even other applications other than the Spark grant, we could then bring it back by the final with the final information. So it would give council, essentially, we're not making any decision on it right now. We're referring this motion to a March, April meeting when there'd be more information. And that means you don't have to make any commitment on it now until you have the information that you're looking for in terms of other funding sources.
Thank you. I would move to defer.
I'll second.
Okay. Yes, I need a second. I'm looking at Councillor Fras. Would you agree with that? Sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, someone online seconded. I think it might have been Joel.
Yeah, I can't see them.
I can't see them either.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're. Okay, so seconded by Councillor Grants. I can see you now. Will you send for deferral?
Yeah,
Thank you.
seconded for deferral, yeah.
Thank you. No debate. Thank you. Yeah. A vote? All those in favor of deferral? Those opposed? I see Councillor Wood and Councillor Gore opposed. That carries for deferral. Thank you. Not like the RDN, we don't have to wait the votes. I can do that quicker. Thank you. Thanks, Jetta.
Okay, on to number 2, which is looking for additional funding related to the public parking lot that was approved by council last year on Stanford Avenue adjacent to the lawn bowling facility. As I mentioned during our November 6th meeting, the estimate on this has increased substantially from the estimate we included in the financial plan last year. And that really relates to the earth moving and the construction costs in this area. So initially it was estimated at 110,000. The new construction estimate is 400,000. And so looking for additional approval for $300,000, which would be and could be funded from the off-street parking reserve because it's new parking. The maintenance costs related to this would be about $10,000 per year. The life cycle costs are nominal if the major maintenance is kept up through time. It isn't like a paved parking lot that would need to be repaved at some point. This one would be just that ongoing maintenance cost.
Thank you. So this is sufficient funds remaining in the off-street parking reserve. So this would not create any other property tax increase.
Correct.
Thank you. Support this. Further questions for staff? I was going to say, I must comment, I got quite surprised at the increase in costs because this has started such a long time ago. But anyhow, I won't debate that if we have the money ready to go. Councillor Fras, go ahead.
Thank you. Question through the mayor to staff. How many parking spots will this be looking at?
I think it's 52. I'm just looking. Let me see.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we're just
Yeah,
gonna
go ahead.
find the background package. I think we have the number listed in there. Just give it 1 sec.
Yeah, I can't find it in the fine print, so. Okay, I'm going to take another question while we're waiting. Okay, Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when I look at this, I am concerned that this would be impacted by a traffic circulation study in the downtown area. I think that that's something that I believe we will want to go ahead with. I know it's important to the Downtown Business Association as well. It could also tie in with the transportation plan and implementation thoughts. I think it will make a difference both short, medium, and long term. And with that, I hesitate to actually support this at this time for that reason. But I don't want to put a motion to defer right at the moment just because I would like to hear, allow other people to speak to this, but that I feel that this is something that we can and should put off for until such time as we get information, assuming that we end up going ahead with the traffic and circulation study for the downtown.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Beal, on that. So, you know, I saw the request for another circulation plan from the TMP that came out. I just shook my head and said, like, do we really need another plan? I mean, I'm sorry, we have a whole building just set with all our plans all sitting in it. So I'm not willing to wait for that, quite frankly, because if it's while I'm here, I'm not in favor of that, quite frankly. Using more of taxpayer money to get another plan. But in this particular case, I have to go back to where this came from. Is a request from the Downtown Business Association to alleviate the fact that the property behind us on Jensen Street, which was sold anyways for the new development for the Mosaic. So that money that came from that was set aside with the understanding that we would locate another property, which happens to be city-owned property. So is good financially stable use of existing property to do it that would actually alleviate. Basically, it would allow for parking for the downtown business people and businesses in the area for the staff to park in that area so that they're not taking up parking spots for the customers down in downtown area. That's why I think it's such a good plan, and staff have come up with a really good option on it, including putting trees in it as we suggested it, because, you know, it's a big clear space as well. So the cost escalated because of that, because we kept on saying we could make it better than just a parking lot, but it's permeable surface. So it is proper drainage. And so I'm really hoping to get this project actually moving forward because of actually so much time that the staff has put in on it. So that's just my first question. Councillor, yeah, big demotion there. CAO Kaler.
Thank you. It's 40 spaces.
40 spaces, Councillor Press. Yeah, back to you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. 40 new spaces in the downtown, I think, is definitely a valuable thing to have. We start to see that the parking in town is bursting at the seams. And this has been on our radar for quite some time. It's coming up to 8 years that we've been looking at trying to do the parking. It's unfortunate that the cost is skyrocketed there. And a concern I see there is where it says 400,000 plus or minus 50%. So this is suggesting it can go up to as far as 600,000 to do these 40 spaces. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Fraz. Yeah, the engineering estimates at this point are still pretty rough. Our hope obviously is it doesn't go there, but just trying to be conservative in the environment that they're working in terms of estimating costs. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I do think that, as the mayor mentioned, having the trees in there in the parking lot, making it more than just a bare open space that's going to be a big heat sink and non-permeable surface is important. And if that meant an increase in cost, then I think there's some value there too. What I would not like to see is us put it off so long where the plus 50% becomes the lower end figure, because we know the prices aren't going to go down over time. And if we're tapping into our parking reserve where we already have the money aside, we want to make sure that there's something left for future projects as well. So this one I think is an important one for us to move forward on. I think, in fact, we have been moving forward on and trying to make a decision in place. So I wouldn't want to see this one held up at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Fraz. I think that the longer we put off some of these things, whether, the prices are going higher and higher. We can't just keep on putting it off. The PDBA needs this area done. From my experience, their businesses need to have parking, and the staff will be able to use it. So that's why I support this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think some really valid points. I think Councillor Beal talking about the circulation study and all that. But to be honest, I think this request has been with council for years. It's time to move the needle on this actually and get it done. My question to staff is, what phase is this in now? Is this at the designing phase? Like, the cost escalation from 110,000 to 400 plus, what can the people expect to see in this parking lot?
Mr. Bowman, if you could describe at what phase we're at right now is to implementation of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that's kind of a two-part question. It is in the preliminary design phase right now. So this is a rendering at the preliminary design stage. And I did just want to address the cost escalation because that escalation is from a different project. That 110,000 was for a different parking lot in another area downtown that just got carried forward. That 110,000 wasn't based on this design.
Okay. And I noticed this design too, that what are we getting for that? Councilor Gore was saying, I noticed that there is also lighting, street lighting, as well as accessible parking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It will be lit, accessible, treed, and gravel surface.
Right. And so that's very important anyways for nighttime parking. I think that's for security of our residents. That's great. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilor Gore?
Yes, can I ask a follow-up, Mayor, and then I will
Sure, go ahead.
close? Please,
Go ahead.
thank you. Mr. Boven, so will the DP for this come before council, or is it not required a DP? The reason I ask is especially with the lighting that you mentioned, hopefully we can incorporate like dark skies concept. So it's not a lot of light pollution to the residential properties.
Mr. Boven, could you comment on the dark sky lighting policy?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We will keep that in mind when designing the lighting. And Ms. Kaler just advised me that this is institutional area, so a DP is not required.
Thank you. The first time speaker, Councilor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question through to staff, and it's more about the distance of this parking lot from downtown. Do we have any transparency into the number of public parking spots kind of in a closer radius to downtown than this parking lot? Reason I ask is I know that we do hear about parking quite a bit, but since this is quite a distance from downtown, I'm wondering if it would actually alleviate the problem compared to people using the street parking that may be available already. But I don't know if we have any stats on, parking spots being used within a little bit smaller radius around downtown from this parking lot.
My only comment to that is I think first off, CAO Kaler, I think you had either the steps or the exact distance it is. If you could comment on that.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, off the top of my head, I believe it was about 400 meters from the edge of downtown. And in planning, that is really a walkable distance for most people is between 400 and 800. So people would walk that far to access a bus or services or, any kind of daily needs that they have. And I guess one other point about why council asked us to look into this lot is because there aren't a lot of vacant options downtown. So it's one block from downtown, yes, but 400 meters is considered in the planning world as a walkable distance for most people. Obviously, there are some exceptions if people have mobility issues or things like that, but that would be in the shorter end of walkable for those standards.
Thank you, CAO Kaler. And just a quick comment about walkable, and the other definite selling point on this one as being an attractive parking spot is it's free parking. It's free parking, folks. If you work in downtown Nanaimo, downtown Victoria, you're not going to get free parking, let alone one that's 400 meters away from the edge of the downtown. So I think 400 meters is not too far of a distance. I know how fast I can walk 400 meters, and I'm an old guy. So I don't find it to be an impediment. Thank you. And then Councillor Grents.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, question through to staff as well. with regard to the anticipated inventory of parking spots, I guess my question is, so PDBA currently has a lot that they have available for folks to use that I think may no longer be available at some point in the near future. And then there's also a lot immediately across the street from this lawn bowling club. What do we see the future of that lot being if that building remains empty or becomes an empty building? And who would be maintaining that and all that? Yeah.
Through you to Councillor Grenz, we don't have information on those because they're not city owned. Like we don't own either of those parking lots.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I don't know if the liaison has any update on that, knowledge of that, but.
Is he talking? Oh, he just went move. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you,
Takes a
Mr.
while.
Mayor. Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah, my concern really stems from my fear that it is a little bit far from the downtown area, but hopefully that could work out. I appreciate that we do in fact own it. And following up on something that Councillor Grenz said, that, you know, we don't know as well what's going to happen with the property across the street from that. And if that ends up being something, I'm sure having extra free parking, as you said, could be a bonus. So I can appreciate that. Over the years, this will really be quite convenient.
Nothing.
Sorry, Councillor Frank.
Yeah, no, it was just, we were discussing whether there's a motion on the floor, so, yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask for a motion now because we can still have a little more comment. I would like to put this motion through as presented. If I have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Fraz, open for discussion. I'm still very much in favor of this. We gotta, as Councillor Gore says, we gotta move the needle on this. Let's get this done, folks, because we've got some money here and it's no taxation implication. So we got a lot of decisions to make. Okay, Councillor Fraz, any further comment? A seconder? Okay, I see hands up. I see Councillor Wood. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of a follow-up to my previous question, and I probably wasn't clear, but I wasn't wondering how far the parking lot is from downtown and if it's walkable. I'm a big fan of getting your steps in. There's a lot of people who want to get steps in. So the farther away you park, then the better it is and less steps you have to get in otherwise. My question was more to how many parking spots, public street parking spots, are vacant if we have the stats within a bit smaller radius than where that parking spot is. You know, the idea being, is there parking that you can find that is closer than this already, or is all of that kind of at capacity? And maybe we don't have transparency into how busy the street parking is. That was kind of more of my question. Thanks.
Well, I know to answer part of your questions, we have two city-owned lots right within the city downtown area, one being on Hearst and one on Harrison and on to Memorial. So there's two city-owned lots right now that have, off of your head, how many parking spots are in there?
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I remember we presented to the PDBA on this at the beginning of your term, and just off the top of my head, I believe it was that there are something around 1,200 parking spaces, public parking spaces. That doesn't include, people often forget, and I know there's a hill, but there's also about 450 parking spaces in the downtown community park, which is part of the BIA as well. And then we have Jensen Center with public parking spaces here that were changed at the beginning of your term as well. They used to be PCTC users only. So those have been added to the inventory in the last little while. And then we have, I think, 3 parking lots downtown plus the on-street parking.
I'm going to go to Councillor Gore, if you would, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kiva, for the information. I would go back to Mr. Boven. It's probably going to be very technical and engineering focused, but please humor me on this question. So I would like to see like in the future, because this is going to be a very prime real estate. Just from an engineering perspective, can it be made into a parking could stay and we could have some structure above that could have housing or something like that? Is it possible for us to keep that option open in the future?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is possible to keep that open for the future. If we were to construct a parkade or a building above at some point, we would have to re-excavate anyway. So this doesn't sterilize the land for any future use.
Okay, I got to take Councillor Frass and then call the question.
Thank you. Just a quick comment there too. I think if I was understanding Councillor Wood's question about the parking spots in downtown too. Largely what I see this kind of parking lot being used for is for things like staff working downtown to be able to park so that they're not using their the parking spaces outside the businesses so that customers can come and go more easily. But for those that are going to be spending the day in town, then this would be a fantastic place for them to park. And I think that would alleviate a lot of our congestion downtown.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? I can't see the two. Okay, Zoomers. Okay. Okay, I'll call it again. All those in favor? Thank you. Those opposed? I see Councillor Grant and Councillor Wood opposed. Thank you. Carries. Next one, Jetta. Thank you.
Thank you. I also just wanted to clarify, following up on a couple of comments, that a circulation and parking study is not in the financial plan right now. So just so there's an understanding on that, that's not something that is included already. Okay, the third one is the Morrison Avenue Sequoia placemaking. As you're likely all aware, that large tree was cut earlier this month. There's a picture there of the area that we're speaking about. And so looking for funding related to redesign and construction in this area, estimated cost of $75,000. The incremental ongoing maintenance, given it was already something that had park staff attention, is likely nominal, if any. It'll depend on the design, but likely not anything more than what was there before. Funding from property taxes, and happy to take any questions. What I will point out on this one is later on, we have a request from the PDBA for support related to their grant application. Doing this would meet the requirement that they're looking for funding on that one as well. So keeping that in mind, that you would essentially meet their request by doing this one.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to just make a comment here. Council, I know what we have on our agenda today, and I just realized that the last two items took half an hour each. So I hope you brought your sleeping bags. So failing that, I'm going to step it up. So I'm going to keep the questions don't just agree on somebody else's comment and say the same. Only speak if you need to speak, and we're going to get through this a lot quicker. So right away. So on that note, I do not support this because it's a cost to property taxes. Thank you. Next, any other questions at this point? Councillor Frass, go ahead.
Sorry, you just want questions or comments as well on it?
Both.
Okay, my comment right now is I don't think the time is the appropriate for it because we're looking at different kind of street redesigns in this area. And this is just, a new thing that came up with the sequoia tree there. And because it comes out of property taxes, I think this can be kicked down the road a little bit. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Council, okay. Any other comments? I'm going to put through a motion to not support this. Seconded by Councillor Frass. My comments was already there. Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to belabor this. Is it possible to have it deferred because the plan is coming forward with the PDBA till next year to look at it again? Is that in the motion, or we have to just bring it back?
Well, I think to defer to would be because we want to consider what the financial impact is going to be right now. We need answers right now. If we defer everything, then it just means we can't make a decision. So I would say defer it. And if you want to bring it back, then on the next financial plan, that would be the time to do that. which I think would be worthwhile. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions. I understand from reading the background that, okay, the plan would be that it might cost up to $75,000, depending obviously what the design is, but that there would be some cost even in the short term, that the plan would be to plant flowers, whatever they might be. My question is through to our finance or someone here, is it possible to, where something has to be done, whatever needs to be done will have some cost to it. Is it possible to look at having that cost pretty much in line with that minimum amount that the PDBA needs, which I understand is $20,000, rather than perhaps going with something as full and complete as a $75,000 plan? So I just wondered, is there a plan B that might actually suit the request, solve the request for the PDBA and allow for something to go in here as opposed to just leaving at an absolute minimal?
Through the mayor to Councillor Beal, in the background material, it does say if the project isn't approved, it would be flowering perennials. So it wouldn't just look like that. But I guess there could be an option of spending the amount, say the 20,000, to meet both of those. I'm just turning around to see if there's some more comments on that.
My only comment is 75,000. There's no way. There's no way design and construction is going to be 75,000 of another plan for that square. It's going to be way higher. I can tell you right now, just like the parking lot went from 100 to 400. And I'm just saying, but
Right. All I was,
my experience on projects like this, it will be way more.
yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying the PDBA was looking for a $20,000 commitment. So is there a project that is a $20,000 max? And just our CAO would like to comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe in my discussions with the PDBA that we can do an in-kind. So we can either use some of our money that we're already spending for things like flowers and renewal of other kind of higher service level items in the downtown, or we can do an in-kind, which again, we're already spending. We just have to find a way to identify that. So I don't think it would take away from the PDBA's ability to apply for those grants.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm just getting a nod from the executive director there too. So we definitely already spend lots more than 20,000 downtown, and we think we can find something to identify as that support from the city.
So that's not a factor. Thank you. Any other first-time questions or first-time comments? Motions on the floor? All those in favor of the motion? Those opposed? You see any opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay. Number 4 is looking at the second phase of the Parksville pathway. As you know, phase 1 and the construction of it is in the current financial plan, but wanting to get some direction from council with respect to the next phase would be the continuation onto the Englishman River and ultimately connect with the resort area and residents that live on the other side of the bridge. Right now, the estimate for the engineering design costs is about $200,000, which would and could happen in 2026. And with construction estimated for 2027 in the range of $2 million. Of course, that would depend to some degree on what route was selected and some of the design elements, as you know, until we get into the details, that's a harder number to estimate. There isn't one pot of money that could fund that. But there are funds available in the Parks Reserve. There's money available in the gas tax, the Canada Community Building Fund. There's still some money in the Growing Communities Fund. And of course, property taxes could also be used. So there isn't, like I say, just one amount that we could use there. It would need to come from a few different pots, perhaps. The ongoing maintenance, again, is hard to estimate at this point. There will be some parks and maintenance costs. There's likely some bylaw costs as well that'll be impacted. But until we kind of understand the design and the route, that's hard to determine. And the life cycle costing, the proposal for phase one is that it's rock chip, and that's got a lower kind of renewal cost than say a paved path or something like that. So again, that would need to be determined once the design was known. So the picture there kind of shows the area that, you know, needs to be traversed, but the actual route would be part of the design process. So looking for some direction from council on that. It has been something that's been talked about as the next phase, and would like to understand if you'd like to move forward with putting that in the financial plan at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Jetta. And just my quick comment here is that as a major proponent of this Parksville pathway, anyways, phase one, I'm so excited to see that this is actually coming to fruition. Phase one is going to be done and it's going to be constructed in 26. That's good. But with that in mind, I recognizing I didn't consider, I didn't think at the time, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, that phase two would be in the $2 million mark. And so at this particular plan, I'm suggesting not to support this plan at this time and leave this to the future direction of the 27, because to the 26th council maybe decision and sorry, to be considered for 27. Because at that time we'll have the 26 or the phase one already done, and we'll better understand the traffic implications of that. We'll have a good gauge anyways to make a better informed decision of what that trail should look like. So I'm just suggesting that I will not be suggesting this plan, but I'm opening up for comments. Councillor Frass, go ahead.
Sure, I guess first in line, coming around the side of the table. The this Parksway pathway, I think, is going to be one of the most important projects that Parksville does that in our lifetime here. I look at it as something like the community park being what puts Parksville on the map, and having a pathway that's going to connect our community across there to add in for the cycling, the walking. I think we're going to look back on this as being, like I say, one of the most important projects that we do. I'm not comfortable committing $2 million to it in our budget right now, too, especially with the new council and term coming up next year. So I'm going to have to side with the mayor on this. As you know, I think right now it's too much for us to be looking at the phase one. It's going to be great to go see through, but I don't know enough about this phase two right now to be able to commit to it.
Thank you. And that raises the question that I was going to put to staff. Since that there's two stages on this engineering design of $200,000, Jetta, could we say just use that at this time and out of existing funds, out of the, you know, we had that reserve, the CCBF and also the Growing Communities Fund. Could we take $200,000 out of one of those reserves and at least approve the design, engineering and design of it at this particular time, not using taxation, but using funds? Is there sufficient that would cover the 200,000?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we don't use a property tax increase, but we use other funds for the engineering design, the $200,000 cost. And then I had also, since I'm moving that, but I also have a question to staff just to make sure, from my understanding, we don't use bikes on this path, if I'm remembering that correctly.
If I may, through the mayor, it is intended to be pedestrian and folks with mobility aids, not bikes.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wood has moved that. I will second that. Staff, did you get the CAO Keller to approve the $200,000 engineering and design out of the existing funds that we have, whichever one is? Jetta, if you can comment on which.
I would suggest the Parks Reserve is probably the one that would be most appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, you know which ones qualify, so I will defer to your judgment on that. So that is the motion. You got, okay.
So what I believe I have, Mr. Mayor, is to approve $200,000 for design from the Parks Reserve, not property taxes.
Thank you. And I seconded that, open for discussion. Councillor Wood, do you want to speak further? It's your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I really like kind of the conversation so far that this is going to be a gigantic project and maybe one of the best of our lifetimes here in Parksville. And so I think we'd be kind of dropping the ball if we didn't go to the next step, the $200,000 from Save Parks Reserve for engineering design. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. It'd be great to even have that under our belts for next year. Because I know that the engineering has suggested they could get it done in 26. So thank you. Councillor Beal, did you have your hand up? Yeah, Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say I support your earlier comments entirely. I think it will be really helpful for us to have phase one completed and see how it is being used before moving on to that next step. Now, perhaps it will be well enough along that, in fact, some of this design could start to take place before the end. But I do think that monitoring or getting a sense of how it used will help inform. Another part of that is I realize that Modi has, that there is going to be a link up along the bit through the RDN to the Orange Bridge. But again, things can happen. We haven't seen that. I understand that you have been informed that it will take place, but I have not seen that information at all. So I think it's really important to see that that is solidly in place as part of this. And as people come up there, people may just choose, at least in the interim, to go along Pioneer Crescent or whatever they do. So I support this, but I wouldn't want to rush the design end of it until we see phase one being really significantly moved along.
And to your comment, Councillor Beal, I have a confirmation letter from Moti saying phase two will happen and it will. I think I can find it. Yeah, 26. Yes, done. And any further comments? Councillor Gore.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to staff. So if the route is still to be determined, the construction cost is just speculative at this time, right? And I'm hoping in 27, when it's presented to council, there will be different options with different routes so that price can be, so the new construction can be done to the satisfaction of the new council and what their vision is. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. No further hands. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Thank you. I think that was unanimous. Councillor Gore, I couldn't see your hand. Are you in favor? Yes, you can. Okay, thank you. That carries unanimous. Jetta, number 5.
Okay, the next one is the lacrosse box upgrade. This is another one that a preliminary estimate was put in the 2025 to 2029 financial plan. Initial design has been done. And the updated construction cost on this is $950,000. And so this was funded, the $750,000 preliminary estimate was funded from Growing Communities Fund. And so there isn't another $250,000 remaining in the Growing Communities Fund. So this is another one where we would need to look at least a couple of different sources for funding this. One thing that hasn't been discussed or considered for this is user group contributions. And I know that many or most of our facilities of this nature have had some contribution from user groups. So that would be something I think for council to consider pursuing. There would otherwise be some funds left in the Growing Communities Fund, the gas tax or property taxes as other options for this. The maintenance costs, again, we have some maintenance costs already, but approximately $10,000 per year. And it's got a life cycle of about 30 years. So our parks manager estimates that probably by the time 30 years comes, this will be a $2 to $3 million renewal at that point, the way construction costs are. So we would hope at that time we might be putting money aside towards capital reserves that would be put in place in accordance with our asset management processes. So again, just as a reminder, this will be a lacrosse box, but also multi-use court that could be used for basketball, lacrosse, pickleball, roller hockey. So Yeah, I'll leave that for council's discussion.
Thank you. Another victim of cost escalation, which is a recurring theme here. I was not in favor of the lacrosse box upgrade right from the very start. I didn't think it was necessary. The original placeholder on this was actually to redo the surface. Simply redo of the surface of that because of the root intrusion in that area anyways for the multi-use. And it was for a not legal size lacrosse box. It was for the Tykes anyways. And so, but also it was multi-use already because the pickleballers were using it, the street hockey people were using it, and also the basketball drop-in league guys guys and gals were using it as well. So I would be in favor of asking a question of staff. What do we still have those initial costs of merely the cost of resurfacing only, not replacing the box, not extending it, not growing it, just resurfacing it and putting lines on it? Do we have a cost estimate of that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, our parks manager is off sick today. And I don't happen to know, I'm sure he has those costs still.
Yeah.
If he worked on it previously.
Because it was considerably less. So I realize that, resurfacing has gone up just like everything else, but it was considerably less. That is a big factor in it because I believe that there's sufficient funds because we had a placeholder amount put against, sorry, was it CCBF? All right.
Growing Communities Fund.
Growing Communities Fund,
Mhm.
yes. There's a few buckets out there. We just have to identify the one that qualifies for that money that's there. So it wouldn't be a tax increase. It would be by the CCBF funds. Could I put a motion through to say that as long as the funding for just the simplified redo of it does not exceed money in the fund as you have identified? Would that work?
If I may make a suggestion, I think what we could do is have staff look at reduced scope to resurface only within the existing footprint, so not expanding, and then provided it's doesn't exceed the 750,000, we could bring it back before we do the bylaw to figure that out. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think what we could do is just have a rough estimate and perhaps just have a verbal report on the December 1st meeting just to confirm that. But yeah, and then at which time we could also report back then what would be remaining in Growing Communities Fund.
So would you like a motion at this time right now saying exactly that?
Yes.
I'll move that. Councilor Bill, or were you seconding or not? No, okay. Anybody else to second that or further discussion? Okay, let's leave it off and get you comfortable on it first. CEO Kaler, if you could repeat the motion.
Thank you. If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, so that we have a motion to reduce the scope of the project to be within the existing footprint, including resurfacing only within up to, I suppose, the 750,000 from the whatever grant we're using. Growing Communities Fund.
Yeah.
Okay, hold that right now. I'm going to place that on hold right now because I want more comments from council before we put that on the floor.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have 3 questions for staff. First is, I understand I believe on the work plan somewhere was a sponsorship policy, and this is maybe a general question that slightly relates to this particular item, but a sponsorship policy being developed. My second question is, who would be managing the usage of this, especially if it becomes even more multi-purpose? And third, is there any engagement around getting to participate in some funding as we have seen with some other items in the community?
CEO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we do not have a motion from council on us to develop a sponsorship policy. There was some discussion about it last year, but it didn't actually pass. It didn't get a positive vote. In the end, it was referred to the budget deliberations and then we didn't get direction. So just to clarify that. So we don't have a sponsorship policy, like to have it named like the Doug O'Brien lacrosse balls or whatever. So I just
Fuck
wanted
up
to clarify
there.
that.
Also like-
And I think your third question was something about user groups, funding it.
Both questions
Um,
were about user groups, yeah.
Okay, so-
Managing user groups and funding.
Yeah, so the space is currently booked by different groups, and most of the time in the peak summertime, it's pickleball from like 9 to 2, I believe. And then other groups in the other times of the day. So I believe the lacrosse use is Tuesdays and Thursday evenings. I've seen folks there. So the booking would kind of be the same. We have kind of policy around youth getting the priority, and that space especially is for youth lacrosse where there's a conflict, but we are doing a user analysis next in 26 for that exact purpose, to look at all of our existing facilities and the potential conflicts or over capacity requests, I guess. So that's something that would be coming back to council for all of our facilities anyway. I think that might be all three of your questions.
Just to clarify though, that is managed by city staff, not by the regional district.
The RDN,
RDN Rec.
the RDN books that one for us.
RDN Rec
Okay.
does the managing
Thank
of
you. Yeah,
that, Council Grants.
Sorry, I wasn't very clear on my question on but that was what I was asking. Thanks. And then whether there's been anyone talking with any of the user groups about providing some funding support.
I believe sorry, Mr. Mayor, through
Go
you.
ahead.
I believe we always kind of raise that, but there hasn't been any confirmed support from anyone other than last year. We did have some support from pickleball groups to resurface the other court and make it just a lacrosse or pickleball only. But I don't believe there's any willingness or any offer on the table from any of the groups at this point.
Great. And Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a question to staff. Like, I remember council choosing this instead of the resurfacing that the mayor mentioned, but bringing it back is, to me, sounds like reconsideration of that previous motion by council. And I know like mayor has the authority perhaps to do that, but can staff clarify the procedure on this, please?
If I may, so it's not really a reconsideration. It's there's a change in scope. So council approved a plan based on a $750,000 price tag with a growing community fund being the source. That's not really possible anymore. So the scope and the costs have changed. So we're bringing it back to council because it's really a new circumstance.
Yes, and to give background on it, the pickleballers were the ones that asked for it to be resurfaced right from the very start. And then it grew from that. Well, while we're doing that, maybe we should modify it as more to increase it to possibly a legal size lacrosse box. That's how it kind of grew out of that point. But the pickleballers right from the very start, we've been putting them off and saying, yeah, we're going to do it, but we're going to make it even better. But in this particular case, I'm saying slide back to just what they originally asked for. That's a little history on it. Council Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern is that, I would certainly like to see what we'd originally planned on doing, which is actually moving towards a proper legal size lacrosse box. And I understood that would also allow for additional pickleball courts, so win-win. But my question is, before this coming back, is it possible to reach out to both the lacrosse groups as well as pickleball to determine whether or not they can in fact contribute some funds toward this? Because if they could contribute, some substantial funds toward this, then I would like to see us pursue the original plan. If they can't and they're not prepared to, then I'm open to shifting our focus.
If I may, through the mayor, we've definitely been having conversations. Our staff have been meeting with the groups and having conversations, and I'm sure that has come up. I don't know that there's money available like this in the little lacrosse. Like, I know myself just from knowing a lot of the families, there's not deep pockets there. So I'm not sure that, I think if there was an ability, they would have offered, but we'll confirm with our manager when he's back in the office before the next meeting. But just don't think there
And,
is.
and my only comment is that's $950,000 is estimated cost. That's just shy of $1 million. It will be $1 million. So even if the lacrosse aren't going to be able to come up with it, but pickleballers may help somewhat, but it's certainly not anywhere close to $1 million. It would definitely go into the taxes, property tax increase. And go ahead. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the past, there was always fundraisers to do with things like teams that use facilities or clubs or whatever. Is this, doesn't this happen anymore? Is this gone out the window? I'm just thinking there could be a fundraiser for the you're like, you were mentioning that they don't have deep pockets, but you can certainly do some fundraising, I think, if you really wanted it, and we could match the funds or something. Anyway, this is just a.
Do you want me to answer that?
CEO, sure.
Okay. As a parent of 2 athletes, I can tell you we fundraise all the time. But the costs, you're looking at getting maybe like $1,000 a season. So when my kids are playing club sports, for example, we do bottle drives, we sell cheese, we sell Purdy's, we sell flowers, we sell wreaths. We do burger and beer nights, we do paint nights, which I was just at last week. But you're still looking at like maybe a couple of $1,000s. So I think the costs are so high these days that becomes a lot more challenging. You also have families that are working that might have more than one job, that have more than one athlete, that plays more than one sport. That would be my experience. So it's very challenging for a team to raise that type of money. You also have the board and the parents changing every year. So it's not like you have like your kid only plays lacrosse for 1 or 2 years, probably in that team, in that group. Then they move to the next age and it's a different club and a different group and a different venue. So it's very challenging to have any momentum in a small profit youth thing in my experience. And I think I have a lot of experience with it. So I think it's a challenge unless there's a big sponsor that's willing to come forward and donate $1 million. It's very hard to get that. We're looking at $250,000 is the shortfall.
Thank you. I don't want to take any more time on this. I just find it difficult because of our taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion that I'm putting forward is that we revert back to the reduced scope plan of just the surface renovation and the line painting of the existing that's going to provide facilities for basketball, pickleball, Tykes lacrosse, as well as street hockey. Providing that the funding could be made by the existing community building fund.
Growing Communities Fund.
Growing Communities Fund. That's the motion that I'm prepared to offer. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconder by Councillor Wood. Thank you. I've spoken enough about it. You know my feelings. All those in favor?
I have a question, Mayor, before you ask for a vote. Sorry.
Right, sorry, I couldn't see it. Oh, there you are. Okay, Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was wondering if I want to hear what other council members have to say on this. I would like us to defer this until we find what the interest is in the user groups, what they would like to see. Would they like just a resurfacing? Would they like the whole expansion that was proposed, and how much are they able to contribute if they're willing to? So I think there's a lot of unknowns for me at this time to support this either way. So I think a deferral with all that information, I will be able to make a decision better.
I'm sorry, Councillor Gore, I can't agree to that. We already have determined that they don't have support to provide funding for it. And if they do provide funding for it, then we'll take it. But if they do it after the fact, but at least we're moving this past the needle that we actually told them that we're going to do, that we committed to do. So yeah, no, so I'm not in favor of deferral. So I'm going to call the question. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to add that I don't think that this particular motion would actually get in the way of what Councillor Gore is saying. As she said, this is going to be coming back with an updated, et cetera, information. And if in fact, by some miracle, all these additional funds or a good contribution came forward, then I imagine we could still be looking at that. So I don't think it negates it.
Okay, so all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? I note Councillor Gore opposed. Thank you.
And
And Grants
Councillor
too.
Grant.
And Councillor Grants? Okay. I gotta, you people that are actually on Zooming, I'm gonna have to get you to either use your yellow hands or because you're very small, it's very difficult to actually see you. Yeah, yeah. Like Councillor Wood has just done. Yeah, hand in front of the thing. Yeah, don't be shy. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Janet,
you.
go ahead.
We're
Thank you.
moving into the second category of items, which is items that were specifically resolved by council to come to this meeting for a decision. And all of those came from the November 3rd council meeting presentation with respect to infrastructure renewal funding. So what I provided to you on this slide here is my recommendation in priority order, and this is the only one that is prioritized in any way, just based on what needs we have both in the current 5-year financial plan, as well as looking into the future as to what's coming quickly to you and what is maybe further out in terms of the infrastructure deficit. So I'll work through those one by one. The first of those is increasing the transfers to the Protective Services Reserve for Fire Department capital. And if you recall, 2 years ago, council approved a 0.2% of property taxes to go to this reserve. And what we're seeing is that that's just not sufficient to fund those renewals of current apparatus and infrastructure for the fire department. I've just highlighted within the current 5-year financial plan items that need renewal currently. So starting in 2026, we've got tender 47, which is 750,000 over those 2 years. In 2028 and 2029 is 1.5 million, as well as a number of smaller replacements of pickups and a cube van. And then 2030 is the first amount of 500,000 as part of a $1.5 million renewal of E41. So I guess within the 5 years already, we're running short of funds in our capital reserve and in our protective services reserve. So my recommendation at a minimum would be to increase this to a total of 0.5% of property taxes being transferred to the Protective Services Reserve for the purposes of apparatus renewal and other capital costs. Over the 5-year financial plan, that would be extra contributions of 365,000, and the 2026 cost in the financial plan would be $64,000. This is just a picture of E42, which is due for renewal within the 5-year financial plan. The other point that
I was going to say, I want to discuss each one of them separately if we could.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll
Okay.
just
Are you
finish.
still on one? Okay.
Yep, just
Yeah,
finish
thank
my
you.
comments on this. The other factor with respect to the large apparatus specifically is it does impact the fire underwriters survey assessment. And so for those of you who are likely already familiar, just at a high level, that fire underwriter survey impacts the costs of property insurance for our residents and businesses. And so we're currently about to go through this survey again. If the apparatus is not replaced on a regular occurrence between 15 and 20 years, then that survey rating can be dropped. There are other factors that go into it, like fire flows or water flows and things like that. But it is important, especially for the apparatus, to stay on that renewal schedule that keeps us in good standing with the fire underwriter survey. So that was the other point I wanted to make on this. It just has a little bit more importance than some of the other capital asset replacements that maybe could be deferred 1 or 2 years or pushed off a little bit. This one is a little bit more critical because I guess what I'm saying is we can increase the property taxes to fund this so that we have that regular renewal funding, or we run the risk of our residents and businesses, their insurance rates possibly going up if we're not staying within that. So that is one possible risk of not renewing these on that regular schedule.
The insurance rates are going up regardless. I don't know if you've done your home insurance lately, but my gosh, it's anyways. So regardless of the fire department, it's insane. Thank you. Is that it for number one? So council, this is, we're discussing number one for the increase annual transfer to protective service reserve. And just to clarify for my own information, to increase it from 0.2% in the financial plan to 0.5% from property taxes. So this is not included in the 6.12 that we started the day with. So this would be in addition to the 6.12.
Correct.
So 0.5% is going to be added to that 6.12 if this is approved.
So 0.3, 0.2
Yeah, sorry.
is already included. So it's an increment of 0.3%.
Yeah, just the difference.
Right.
Right,
Yeah.
the 0.3%. Okay, thank you. Just my own feelings, I'm not in favor of this, but at this point, but open for discussion. Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to Jetta. The underwriter's insurance policy is great if you are in the business of manufacturing and selling fire apparatus. Do we know of insurance rates that have gone up if a fire department keeps their apparatus longer than the 20 years? Is that solid, or is that kind of like a veiled threat that we never see really materialize?
Through the merit of Councillor Wood. I don't think it's a veiled threat. In fact, interestingly enough, we've had calls to the fire department by new developments that maybe are outside the kind of circle at which they consider different rate structures, asking why the insurance was more expensive here as compared to another community. And when you look at the distance from the fire hall, you see that they're outside of that one circle, where within the other community, they were within that circle. And so it was quite a substantial difference in their insurance rates. I can't speak to personally understanding other communities' experience if they have kept their apparatus longer. So I can't comment to that. And I don't think the fire chief is here today. Yeah. Oh, he is. Oh, okay. No comments from the fire chief there either.
Sure, thank you. I definitely understand the radius of distance from the fire hall. It was just more of the age of the apparatus, but thanks.
Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Jetta, I understand the reasoning why we need to increase this contribution to the reserve, but have you looked at the possibility of using DCC for these? Because with the new changes, we are allowed to use DCCs for these and probably ACCs. So have you factored that in?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gore. So I'll answer your second question first, and that was that we're not moving forward with an ACC bylaw per council's direction earlier this year. With respect to the DCCs, yes, we can collect DCCs once we have that new bylaw in place, but those can only be collected for capital assets that are related to growth. And given this is just right now, we're just talking about the renewal of and replacement of current assets, those would not be tied to growth. And so there wouldn't be DCC funding available for these amounts. It would only be if, say, we were buying an additional apparatus piece that maybe could be tied to growth, or perhaps we got to a population that we needed a second fire hall. That could be DCC funding. So those are the types of items that will be identified within our DCC bylaw with respect to the fire department. These that we're talking about now in the capital plan are just the replacement of our current assets, which are tied to our current population and fire service area.
Thank you. Councillor Grens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Jetta. And since I'm not there, I can't see the big board that has the running tally of the current property tax increase. Do we have an update on where we're at as of this meeting, point in the meeting?
I don't believe anything has been added. I'm just looking back to our manager of finance.
Sorry, through the mayor, 0.05% was added with, it was the $10,000 annual operating amount for the Stanford Avenue public parking lot. So 0.05 has been added.
Right, so we would be at 6.17 then.
17? Okay. And I have another question, if I may. The new construction, so to what extent have we got some additional budget from the non-market change? Did I see some numbers on that somewhere?
Right, through the mayor to Councillor Grens. So I think at the last meeting, we provided that update from BC Assessment, and it wasn't substantially more than the 1% growth factor that was already included in the property tax revenue estimate. So at this point, unless there's something different in the revised roll in the spring, there isn't additional revenue expected beyond what was already in the financial plan.
Yeah, because it's just slightly over 1%, if I'm not mistaken.
Which what we saw last year was that it actually then reduced. So I was reluctant to increase it based on their early estimates at this point.
Yeah, fair enough. One final question, if I may.
Go
Just a
ahead, Councillor
clarification.
Grens.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, so the proposed increase here is on top of the already approved annual increase.
Through the mayor, yes, it would take the 0.2% that is already included in the financial plan and increase it by 0.3 to a total of 0.5% of property tax that would go to this reserve.
Thank you, because that adds on itself each year, basically.
Yes, that's correct. Which is one of the, in terms of impact to our taxpayers, is one of the least impactful, I would suggest, just because it's not an increment that is looking for that substantial property tax increase, say to fund $1 million in 1 year related to the purchase of the apparatus.
But it is recurring.
Correct.
Right, thank you. Any other questions? I'm looking for a motion to approve this or disapprove this, unapprove, or otherwise. Right, Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Motion to approve.
Need a seconder? Seconder by Councillor Beal. Discussion.
None for me.
Thank you. I will not be approving this. Thank you. I will be not voting in favor, shall I say. Any other discussions on the floor? All those in favor? One, two, three. Who's the fourth? Oh, okay. I can't see Councillor Grens. There he is. Okay. And all those opposed? Those opposed are Councillor Fraz, Mayor O'Brien, and Councillor Gore. Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead with number 2, Jenna.
Great. The next 2 is looking not at an increase in cost, but an increase in revenue in our sanitary sewer and water utilities.
Yeah,
Well-
2 and 3 we can do together.
Right. They're generally the same discussion, so I'll try and make it efficient, although the thoughts on each are a little bit different. What we presented on November the 3rd was that the first being the sanitary sewer fund, just in terms of its financial stabilization, is needing more funding so that it could either be transferred to reserves for reducing the infrastructure deficit and or just funding current infrastructure renewal, but also just that we've seen a lot of major maintenance items come up unexpectedly in the last year or so. Fortunately, we were able to stay within total budgets that were allocated in 2025, but we'll see at the next meeting when we come to the amended financial plan that we needed to move some funding around in order to do that. And what we're seeing at the end of the year is that there's very little surplus remaining. And so just the overall financial stability of this fund is somewhat lacking. We also know that there's major infrastructure updates coming through the RDN as well. So it's just a fund that is being taxed to some degree in terms of numerous costs. So what I'm seeing in a number of other municipalities is increases in the range of 10% to some of these utilities. With the sanitary sewer fund specifically, historically, the rate increases have been very low. They haven't been increased at the same extent as the water fund. And so I think we've just fallen a little bit behind. If you recall, when we've brought to council that decision as to how to allocate the accumulated surplus based on our policy, which is to keep 6 to 9 months of unrestricted surplus on hand, we don't even have that at this point to allocate any additional amount beyond that. So my recommendation to council is to increase sanitary sewer rates by 10% rather than 6%. For the average residential users, that'll amount to about $24 per year, $2 per month, but it will build up those revenues and perhaps allow for more of a transfer to reserves. My recommendation is to transfer that to the financial stabilization reserve, which gives some flexibility in responding to major maintenance and capital items both, so council could allocate that to capital as well. And what I would say, though, is that as we've discussed in the past, it's very difficult to estimate the actual revenues related to utilities, partially because the sanitary sewer rates are tied to water usage, and water usage is very difficult to predict depending on the weather and a number of other factors like conservation measures. So what we would do is, if council was in support of this, increase the rates, but not determine the actual transfer to the reserve until the actual revenues were known. I wouldn't want to budget for a transfer to reserves based on a revenue estimate that didn't materialize. So for example, I'm suggesting that this would increase revenue in 2026 by about $90,000. If it only increased revenue by $80,000, I wouldn't want to transfer the 90. I would want to suggest to council that we only transfer the 80 in that example. So just want to be clear on that I wouldn't want to make the situation worse by transferring to reserves more than the incremental revenue had been in the first place. So that's with respect to sanitary sewer. The water discussion is quite similar. Perhaps you want to look at this one, or would you rather that I go through the water first so you can understand the context of both of them?
Go through the water as well. I'd say. Yeah, they are connected.
Right. So the water is the same thing, a 10% increase. I note that the city of Victoria is also doing this as well, feeling the same kind of cost pressures that we are. The average cost for a residential user would be about $38 per year, so about $3 per month. So between sewer and water, we'd be looking at an increase of about $5 per month. Again, similar comment about the transfer to the financial stabilization reserve, both to give flexibility to council in how it can be used, but also understanding that we wouldn't transfer more than what was actually collected at the end of the day. So we would wait to understand what the revenue increase actually was. The water fund has some different pressures, but I think everybody knows, and as we went through in one of the first slides, we've got the drinking water study coming, which may have a number of different findings and recommendations that could be capital or operating in nature. We know that the ERWS has a number of capital pressures, and with growth, that may change some of those as well. And then just looking at the overall infrastructure deficit for water, which is at 5.3 million. So just wanting, again, to add some reserves to this fund to give it better financial stability, with the understanding on both of these that this increase would be for 26 and 27, Once the drinking water study recommendations are received, then we would look at the rate structure for both of these, because I think what we will likely move to and what my recommendation will likely be, subject to what our experts say on this, is to look at a different base rate, minimum rate for our utilities that helps to fund the asset piece, the fixed costs, and then change the variable structure. And so I don't want this to be a permanent change. I also don't think it's prudent to wait for 2 years to look at a change. I think financially it makes sense to try and make that change a little bit sooner for the reasons I've gone through. So that's both water and sewer increasing 10% for 26 and 27. In the financial plan, we would drop that back to 6% where it is currently for 28 through 2030.
Thank you, Jetta. So to be clear, this is not a property tax increase, but it's a utility bill increase.
Correct.
So it's, you know, like I was definitely in favor of the 6% in the first place anyways for the reserves on this. This is an increase of 0.4%. As a lightning rod, obviously, I get a lot of calls anyway. So the people that are most concerned about this, since it's on their utility bill, they can't defer it. And so they're telling me that their pensions aren't going up, and, you know, so they use the deferral because it keeps on getting more expensive. And water and sewer, they're both utilities and they're both necessities, and you have no choice. They've already said, the comments I heard was that your water rates are already way too high. Why do you keep on increasing them? Blah, blah, blah. So I got that and I get it, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that the RDN are going to hit them hard on the sewage treatment center that's coming up out of French Creek. So that'll be added onto their taxes. That'll be added onto their taxes. Correct? Yeah, they should be able to defer that. Or is that going to be? Yeah. Regardless, I'm not in favor of increasing the reserve more. I like the 6% that we're already doing for the reserves. I'm not in favor of increasing their water bills by another 4% over and on top of what we already did. So that's just my own call. Thank you. Councillor Frez, just comment.
I think my comment is just going to be that if you use the water, we're going to charge you. And if you don't use the water because we ask you to conserve it, we're going to charge you more because we need to keep that revenue coming in. So the less you use, the more we're going to have to charge you.
Any other comments or questions for Councillor Gore?
Thank you, Mayor. So Jetta, remind me again, I know this council was looking at perhaps revising the user rates for water, especially like having these different tiers. Somebody goes beyond that usage, they pay more. Is staff looking at perhaps coming up with a plan to implement those or bring those options to council for implementation?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gore. So we already have a tiered rate system. So that's already in place. I think what our consultants are looking at with respect to the drinking water study is whether those could be adjusted, including increasing the minimum charge to cover more of our fixed costs within the utility, such as asset management, renewal, some of the operating costs that are not variable depending on how much water is used. And the sanitary sewer rates are tied to those as well, and also tiered rates. So we already have a tiered rate structure. It's just a matter of perhaps tinkering with that to address kind of where we are today.
Right. If I may continue, Mayor.
Carry on.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the mayor. I think at the end, it's the same pocket that's paying all these little bills. I mean, just seem like $4 a month, but there's all these little expenses that are, coming at our taxpayers' way. So I would like to stay at 6%. And if there's a motion on the floor, I'm happy to second it at 6%.
We're already at 6%, are we not?
Right.
Yeah. There's no motion to stay at 6%. It's just a question of either approving to go up to 10% or not. I have a question. I would like to look at commercial users. A question to staff. Rathtrevor Provincial Park, is it on the city water line? Anybody going to pick that
I
up?
don't believe so.
Where does Rathtrevor get their water? it was just a curiosity. Just. Sorry?
The map is loading.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Oh, so it actually shows that. Okay, well,
Should show, yeah.
okay, while we're waiting for the map to load, any other further comments or questions regarding this? Sure, go ahead. Good. I'm looking for some time here.
I know,
Use the
I
time.
know, I know.
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
I'm going to help out here. No, I'm just curious, you know, if we don't go with this recommended increase, what do you see us needing to do in the future? I mean, is there, again, a plan B, just staying at 6%? Do we look at 8%? What do you see going forward? Or will the completion of the drinking water study give us enough information that then we can look at setting things off? You know, I just like to find a happy balance there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Beal. I mean, I think we had some of those discussions on November 3rd. Generally, we're not bringing in enough revenue to fund the replacement of these critical assets. So while I understand the comments about these being critical services that people need, they're also critical assets that we need to renew in order to provide that service. So it is a little bit circular. So some of the things that might come up is more of those peaks and valleys, right? Where we've got a significant repair or renewal that's required. We don't have enough capital reserve to pay for that. So you need to have a significant jump in 1 or 2 years beyond something like this, right? So that's one option at the time. If it was something kind of catastrophic or very emergent that needed to be dealt with, then maybe that's the way. In the short term, more could be allocated, say, from gas tax. But again, that's not quite enough to kind of address what's being looked at. But certainly council could choose to allocate more gas tax to the capital renewal and let those reserves build more. So there could be opportunities for that. But again, that's a limited supply, but that's certainly an option. And two, the drinking water study may come out and make exactly this recommendation. And so council might just be looking at a similar decision 2 years from now or 1 year from now. So we're just trying to kind of get ahead of what might be coming anyway.
Right. And quite frankly, is that what the question I had about Rath Trevor was, I'm looking for more funding sources. And if I am looking into, I was waiting for the comprehensive water study to come back, but I feel it's more critical right now that we charge perhaps our commercial users a different rate. And to that end, I'm looking for the legal implications of putting adjusting a levy, a water levy on all of the hotel, all of our visitor and guest accommodations in Parksville, so that they would pay the visitors would actually pay a levy that would be like you could go and travel different parts of the world. You see a levy on the bottom of your a hotel bill or whatever. It's a very small amount, but it's carried by the users, because I know that our obviously our increase in our water consumption goes up drastically in the summer, which just happens to coincide when our reservoir is getting to be the lowest, which is not a good thing. And so I'm hoping to, if we can get a levy in place anyways, that would help actually pay for what our recommendations are made in that comprehensive water study. So I'm trying to get it more of a user pay agreement here, and but we're seeking legal comments on that at this particular point. CAO Kaler, is your map online?
My map is not online, but Amanda's is. So Rath Trevor Park does have a commercial connection.
Yes.
So they would be paying the city for that water usage. They don't have hookups though. It's just for their bathrooms. So the sites are not serviced.
That is correct. Yeah, they have standpipes throughout the campground and then the washrooms as well. So can you confirm anyways that we have a commercial rate with Rath Trevor then, please, Janet?
Yeah, I can follow up on that. But
okay.
yeah, there are commercial rates already built into our rate structure.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. And then I'll come back. Councillor Barton had her hand up.
Thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Mayor. I've felt all along we've got to wait for this study. when the study comes and we're going to maybe make some changes, it might not be till next year or the year after. That would be the way to explain if there's going to be an increase. 6% is fine for me now. I just wouldn't want to increase it now, but it could come, but people will understand that. I was looking at the stage 4 and how we worked on that. I mean, maybe we could do it sooner, but we're still all going to have to pay for the infrastructure, just like Councillor Fraz said. As I know, in Victoria, I had that, we had the bills, we cut back, still got bigger bills. So doesn't seem to, because it costs money to run the place. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I normally, I like the idea of planning ahead and setting aside money, et cetera. But one thought that I do have is that right now we're faced, the larger community with the wastewater treatment at French Creek, the costs that are associated with that, the hospital costs. And I'm not saying that those are going to totally go away when some of those things are built and put in place, but one would hope that when some of these larger regional projects are complete, that there might be a little bit of ease, and perhaps that might be, and hopefully in the meantime, our infrastructure is in good enough shape that we can look out a little bit. And maybe that is also something to think about in terms of easing out costs. I will comment, though, that in the past, I've also spoken with residents who have thought, oh, the water, the amount that we have to pay for water. And I was so concerned that I thought, I'm going to go through my bill. I'm going to look at it. It was at the time, I know it's changed, it was $1.04 per day. And in fact, when I broke it right down to how much just the water, not other things, because it would come in with garbage collection and recycling and so on, but just teasing it out. And I would go back to that person and they say, oh, yeah, I think having water come out of my tap that I can drink for, less than $2 a day is actually not much to pay. Now, that was a couple of years ago, but I think when we tease it all out, it's not as bad as people might think.
Thank you. So I'd like to put the motion on the floor to not increase the reserve rate to 10% and to leave it at the current rate of 6%. I've seconded for that.
Excuse me, Mayor, can we clarify if that's for the sewer or the water or both?
Yeah, you 2 and 3.
Okay.
Sorry. Councillor Gore, are you seconding or are you another question?
Seconding.
Seconding, and that was for 2 and 3, Councillor Gore, just to be clear. Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Thank you. That carries. And sorry, those opposed? Yeah, I saw a hand for Grens, but I don't know who. Councillor Grens, did you approve the motion on the floor, or were you opposed?
I used my yellow hand in favor.
Your yellow hand was in favor. Thank you. Carries unanimous. Thank you. Folks, I'm going to call a 10-minute break here. 10-minute comfort break. Stretch your legs. We will reconvene at 5. That will be 3:15. Thank you. Welcome back, folks. It's 3:15. We'll reconvene. And as I see it, we were part 2 council resolutions and number 4 for the increased transfers to capital reserves for infrastructure renewal. Jetta? Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. So this is proposal number 9 for those that are following on their list. And this is the final recommendation I would have out of the conversation around infrastructure renewal and the long-term funding of that infrastructure deficit. And I think what we saw there is that every incremental amount that's transferred to reserves has quite a substantial impact on that long-term funding just because of the incremental nature of the funding. So right now that infrastructure deficit is very significant. So I think with starting by just adding another 0.5 of a property tax percent to that transfer to reserves would begin that proactive reduction of the infrastructure deficit that was discussed on the November 3rd meeting. We know that there's still asset management plans to be completed and more of those infrastructure report cards. So even just looking at the infrastructure deficits for those linear assets was very significant. So again, this is being proactive about that long-term infrastructure renewal to continue those service delivery assets. Again, looking at roads and other significant critical assets. So for council's consideration, the conversations are quite similar to water and sewer in that we know there's costs that are coming for renewal. We've identified it within the deficit. And so this is a way that we can kind of incrementally with relatively small impact, start to build that to reduce that infrastructure deficit over time. The cost in 2026 would be 0.5% of taxes, $105,000 would be transferred to reserves.
Right. So to be clear, council, we're asking to increase it from 1% to 1.5%. So.
Oh, sorry. Could I clarify that the suggestion on this one was to start that in 2027, not in 2026? That's just a typo on my slide there. My apologies.
Okay, so it is starting in 27.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I won't preclude this. I'll let it open for discussions. Go ahead. Oh, okay. You just want to make, I'll ask if there's any questions for Jetta. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Frass. Okay, that's clear. Any other questions before we're looking for a motion on the floor? I see none. Anybody like to make a motion today? Councillor Beal, what is your motion?
The motion is as presented by our Director of Finance, that it would go to 1.5% start effective 2027.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin, seconded. On the floor for discussion. Thank you. And so if we go ahead with this, the tax implications is added to our running tally. Is that correct?
Right. If I could clarify that this would start in 2027, where the rate that's already included in the financial plan is 5.7. So that would just move that one to 6.2 in 2027. It wouldn't incur any increase in 2026.
Thank you. So we can't really add that to our tally for this year's tax increase, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
It wouldn't
Okay.
be in
Yeah,
2026.
will. Okay. I know. Go ahead. So put it out there, Adam. Or Councillor Frass.
Well, just curious, why start in 2027 then? Why not 2026?
Through the mayor to Councillor Frass, I mean, just understanding where we are already on our property tax obviously would be better to start sooner, but also realistically looking at the other requests that are before council and already looking at the protective services reserve, which I thought was a higher priority than this one, just in terms of the immediate need. This is more addressing the longer term infrastructure and being proactive about reducing that. The protective services reserve, we have current needs within this 5-year financial plan. So just really trying to be realistic in terms of what the financial plan might
If I
take.
may follow up.
Sorry.
then can't we look at this in the next year's budget then if we're not going to be doing it immediately? And I know that next year then it'll, for why aren't we looking at this next year then if we're not looking to implement it right away?
Right, through the mayor to Councillor Frass. What it does is it really helps with the long-term capital plan. Because one of the things the consultant asks us when they're building out that 10 and 20-year plan is what kind of funding do you have so that they can prioritize those projects over that time frame. So if we understand from council what that funding might be to reserves, then we can plan those projects accordingly, understanding what funds would be in reserves. So for example, Stanford Avenue next year is much more than we would expect to pay over a 2-year frame because we've built up reserves to that. So what this would do would allow us to factor that into all of our planning around capital and around asset management, knowing that that funding is in place and then engineering can use that to plan out projects more efficiently. And of course, we are meant to be looking at a 5-year plan. So as much as possible, we try to bring council things that are within the 5 years.
So just to clarify then, if we were to approve this today as written to 1.5% instead of 1%. So this would in next year's financial plan for where we consider in 2026 for 2027. This would be the starter point. This would already be built in the starter point, like you came to us today at 6.12% as come in. This would already have this 0.5% built into that.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
So the core financial plan next year would start with 6.2% increase in 2027 when we brought that to you.
Does council at that time have that ability to make a change?
Council can make a change at any time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not effective until 2027. So it seems a little strange, but as long as the council can review it at that particular time and maybe have a better idea. Councillor Frass?
I think my comment is going to be, I'm not going to support this unless we're going to do it right away because I feel it's sneaky to, maybe sneaky is not the right word because that's not the intent, but it's the way it feels for me that it'll go into the budget. We won't count it right now. And then without even looking at it again, it will be there for the future and trying to roll it back and say, oh no, we had just put this in here so we could do some projecting. But you have the opportunity to pull it back is a much harder position to be from than to look at it in the future year and then give that consideration of when it's going to be implemented. So unless we're going to look at putting it in right now, I wouldn't consider it. And putting it in right now, I probably wouldn't support.
I don't disagree and to the fact as well, if it's coming in at that particular point, I recognize that we're dealing with a rookie or new council as well. That probably doesn't remember this conversation if, let's say we have a sweep of the new council. So, and plus the thing is that the first year of a new council is always huge learning curve of any of us at this table for that haven't been here before. So I'm not sure that they'd be able to pick up on the fact that they, like were preempted. So yeah, I agree. Like other comments, Councillor Bid, you got your green light on? Are you ready? Oh, okay. So
if I may, Mayor, what I would suggest in response to those comments is that I always start the financial plan with this slide so that it's very clear what is kind of our base property tax rate, and then what are the incremental amounts that have been added by council so that you can understand what percentages are going to reserves and things like that. So that's one of the main reasons I start with this slide so that there is an understanding by council or at least a review of these amounts to know what are those reserve contributions and incremental amounts that are being added. So certainly we go through that with new councils with an understanding, and that you're absolutely right. That will be part of the overview is the asset management piece, the understanding of how we use capital reserves and the structure that we've set up here. So I agree that communication piece is important, and that's why this slide is really important.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Beale. Now you can. Go ahead.
Yes, now it is. And yes, that was actually, some of that was going to be my comment as well, that my understanding is that this is a 5-year plan. And earlier we talked about, for instance, the phase 2 of the pathway, that some things will perhaps take place in 2027 or beyond, and looking at that, and that one would hope, expect, and we always see that staff provides really good information about what the implications are for taxes, and that I agree, we do need to question things one by one, and it's really important to have that. So it's good to ask those questions, but I have no problem with us going ahead with looking at something for 2027. And I really appreciate the fact that that the direction from staff or recommendation is that we spread things out a little bit so that things are most pressing are dealt with first of all, and not everything in 1 year.
Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you. Jenna, can you clarify how this 0.5% will be split across the 3 funds?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the mayor to Councillor Gore. My suggestion, and it isn't clear, thank you, on this slide, would be it would go to general fund. So it could be used across roads and drainage, fire department. And then when those facilities asset management plans come to council, we know there's going to be amounts there too. So really trying to get ahead of that, knowing that we'll likely see similar infrastructure deficits in those other categories within the general fund.
Right. So if I may continue, Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So Jetta, overall, the capital reserves would be 1% general, 0.3 for water, and 0.2. Do our current reserves bylaw, does it allow for these to be moved between these categories, these amounts? In case, let's say there's an emergency for us to utilize more of the water reserves, are we able to move funds from the general capital to the water?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gore, we wouldn't necessarily move funds between reserves because they are dedicated to those reserves. However, we can borrow from our own reserves. So if, for example, something emergent happened in sewer and there were insufficient funds there, we could legally borrow from reserve funds in the general fund to sewer with a plan for repayment of those funds.
Okay. Thank you. I do want to make a comment, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So whatever council decides to vote on this, I have reservations to increase this further. I know there's a need, but in the end, the question is about principle. There's so much the local governments and the local property taxpayers can afford for these infrastructure deficits that's has been going on for years. And it's about time. I think we need to do more. We've already been doing the advocacy for these higher levels of government to come up with the money. So I will not support the 1.5 increase. I think the 1% at this time is sufficient. If the council in the new year, they have a different vision, that's up to them. But I will not be able to support 1.5 at this time.
Do I hear a motion there? Do we have a motion to not approve?
Well, I'll make a motion, Mayor.
There's already a motion.
We
Oh, there
do,
is.
there is a motion on the floor. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. We have
Oh,
a,
do we have the motion on the floor?
yeah, Councillor
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
Beal and Councillor
to approve
Martin.
it. Okay, that's fine. I'm
So
still thinking
can you
about this
repeat the
morning.
motion for me, please? Thank you.
Councillor Beal, that was really good. She just described I'm getting motion sickness. I
Oh.
like it. That's excellent.
So if I missed, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Gore wanted confirmation on the motion.
Yes, if you could read out the motion, CAOK.
So currently the motion moved by Councillor Beal and seconded by Councillor Martin is that the financial plan proposal number 9 to increase the transfer to general fund capital reserve by an additional 0.5%, starting in 2027, with funding be approved from property taxes and incorporated into the 26 to 23 financial plan be approved.
Thank you. That has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? That is, okay, I'm gonna call out your names because it's still unclear on Zoom. So that is approved by. No, sorry. Voting in favor is Councillor Martin, Councillor Beale. That's it. And those opposed? Those opposed are Councillor Fraz, Mayor O'Brien, Councillor Wood, Councillor Grens, Councillor Gore. That does not carry.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, the next group of items are initiatives or recommendations from staff. And there are two that we consider critical items to maintain current service levels, and the third being an important item that for council's consideration. So the first is to approve the funding on an ongoing basis of 2 park custodians on a term basis. And it would be about 40 hours per week for 12 weeks during peak times. And with the time allocated to Parksville Community Park 2/3 and Springwood Park 1/3. And this really addresses the need for the increased level of service required for garbage collection, washroom cleaning, supporting special events, and the more accessible sand sculpting area and the gathering plaza. What we saw 2 years ago was a very large number of complaints about the cleanliness and garbage and that in the parks. But last year, with these 2 positions just funded from vacancy surplus, we had no complaints from those parks with respect to those items. And so it was a really clear delineation between those 2 years and the impact that this extra staffing provided. The net cost for 2026 is estimated at about $53,000, which should be about 0.25% of a property tax increase. And then thereafter would be increases per the collective agreement for that, with funding coming from property taxes.
A question in my detail, it says the term positions were funded with staff salaries from vacancies in 2025. Do we not have that now, or is it, if I could get clarification from CAO Keller, looking at me with.
If I
Yes.
may, we do typically have salary surplus. But when we were discussing this internally, we felt like that's not a guarantee. We hope to not have salary surplus because it means we have vacancies. And so usually it does get eaten up in some part by overtime from staff that have to pick up the work of the vacant position. But we felt this is very clearly tied to the service level. So we have new venues in the community park, the theater, the gathering space, and the new washrooms that really require more attention. We also have a significant increase in special events. And so we felt internally that without this temporary support, which provides extended hours into the evening, so it's from 12 to 8, Monday or whatever the weekend shift, I think it's Thursday to Wednesday. So it provides that extra coverage over and above our existing service level. And we feel that it really should be matched, like the increase in service level should be matched with that increased support. We may have salary surplus, but we don't always know that we have it. And we usually have to hire these folks earlier in the year to make sure that we get them. So we're not, like, we always kind of know that we have the surplus towards the end of the year. So it's a little bit more precarious, but so that's why staff are recommending that this be matching the wages and labor be matching the increased level of infrastructure and special events that we have in the park, both parks.
Thank you. And I'm definitely in favor of the term park custodians, the 2 spots, that definitely a need for that. But I'm not in favor of the property taxes being used to fund it. And due to the fact that we've had other conversations in the past regarding user pay, the reason we have to have more custodians working in the park is during special events and all the other occasions. I noticed that this is split with Springwood and so forth, where I feel that this should be paid by the users of the park and both parks, Springwood and the community park, that the users should be contributing to this because it's actually their individuals that are benefiting from this. And it's not necessarily the property taxpayers. So the benefit to the property taxpayers is, you know, I guess you have amenities and so forth in the park, but in so forth that in between the Beach Fest, the theater, and all the activities at Springwood as well, I really believe that this should go on the user pay system to fund this, because that's the only reason that we're busy. Before we had anything down there, the parks weren't as busy. The property taxpayers were maintaining the level of service. Now we have to increase that level of service due to the increased events. So I think that it should be, the funding for these positions should be worked out of a user pay system, whether it's built into the all the special events that we have, or it's going to go into uses of the park for the Beach Fest and for the theater, and the huge commitment for the sports fields in Springwood. So including the tennis courts out there. So I like the idea, but I don't like it being funded by property taxes in Parksville, quite frankly. So. Sorry, CEO.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. I just want to let you know, we are planning on bringing back a fee schedule by the end of the year, hopefully. That would be, we again propose to council that it would be starting in June of next year. That does have some costs. We are focusing right now on the non-sport costs because we're doing the user analysis in 26. But we have been working, myself and Deb Tardif have been working on a proposed fee schedule to start that process. We don't think it would fully offset the cost, but it would provide for some revenue recovery, I guess, from the special events. So we'll be bringing something back hopefully by the end of the year, if not the very first meeting in January, for council's consideration on that.
Could it be a consideration to include possibly any surplus from the salaries that are left over, the excess that didn't get used? Could that be also rounded out into the bucket of funds possibly necessary to pay for the term park custodians?
Thank you. I'll just answer that second question there, and that is that we already carried forwards the salary surplus estimate from 2025 to offset some costs in 2026, just to reflect that those two vacancy positions carried that funding forward. So I don't expect there's significant surplus remaining after we've already done that for 2026 anyway.
Is there any consideration to our existing buckets of reserve funds, CBF's gas tax, everything else that would qualify for this?
No, because most of those are capital in nature.
Right.
So this is
operational.
very distinctly operating increased service level. So it's very much tied to property taxes or that kind of funding.
Just looking for another bucket of money, you know. Okay, Councillor Gord, did you have your hand up?
I think Joel has mayor, then I'll go after him, if that's okay.
Okay, Councillor Grens? I still don't,
Yeah,
I don't even see you.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. You kind of, I think the CAO answered the question I was going to ask, which was whether there was a plan to look at the service fees or the usage fees. Sounds like that's coming. So I guess my follow-up question then would be that this is a term position, and maybe in the future we might find through some other service fees or other ways to pay if we were to renew the term.
Yeah, you see, and my concern, of course, is once you approve this, we have an annual basis of 2-term positions that is into the budget. So that's built into property tax increase.
Yeah, if I could clarify that the proposal is certainly to make it a continuing term position, i.e. just identify that that is a requirement. And we wouldn't expect that that requirement for the position and the increased service level that's required would go away in 2027. The opportunities for funding may change if there's different rate structures brought in for user fees or anything of that nature. But at this point, the proposal is that this would be a term position each and every year.
I concur. Yes. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question I have, a comment and a question, is regarding the observation that 2 years ago, there were quite a few complaints about the situation in the park, and I recall that as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that that was the same summer when Highway 4 was shut down. Is that correct? I believe that was the same summer that Highway 4 was shut down, and it really did have quite an impact on our community, with many people who were planning to travel on and couldn't and stayed here. I also understand that in the park that particular summer, there were, let's say, some unusual situations regarding the food trucks and planning for garbage pickup by the event holders, whether it be food trucks or whether it be events in the park. So I'm just wondering if it's possible that also some of those stresses on the park have in fact been addressed. And I can certainly imagine that having 2 additional custodians would be of great benefit, but I do wonder if that summer was a bit of an anomaly. And has that been considered in any way? Is it possible that I see that our CAO has some comments to make.
CEO, Kayla, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I agree that there were some unusual circumstances that particular summer, but what we have right now is our staff leave the park at 4. And so the challenge that we're facing is over the weekends and into the evenings, we have concerts most weekends during that time frame. For 7 of those 12 weeks, we have Beach Fest, which is all day long and bringing an average of about 6,000 people per day, some days more, some days less, but we had 120,000 visitors just to that during the summer. We have the gathering space, which is relatively new, completed and is very well used. And then we also have the theater bringing people for all different kinds of events. So what we were seeing was a lot of concern around litter not being dealt with after, say, 3:30, and no cleaning of the washrooms. And so it was a real concern from a lot of people around the sort of health and safety, which I think COVID has also highlighted some of the sensitivities around that. So these positions provide evening and weekend coverage for quite a few more hours than our normal shift.
If I may, just 1 second. Could we not reconsider, like as a cost recovery, fees built into the food trucks into our park? Because in reality, the food trucks are actually responsible for both increased washroom usage and garbage. So what about our fees we receive currently from the food trucks? Is there any way we could take those fees? I don't know what that gets applied to, quite frankly. What do we take the cost the food trucks pay to us through our events coordinator? What do we do with that money that comes from the food trucks?
Yeah, it is considered park revenue, and it is part of general fund revenues that offset the costs related to the community park, including, park staff and garbage collection and all of those types of things already. Yeah.
Is it anywhere close to $53,000?
If I think it's 30 or 28.
Yeah,
30.
the total revenue is estimated, I think, about $32,000 for the year.
I was just saying, I was just looking at cost recovery, really, like if we're having that come in, it's a direct result of the increased custodial use is direct result of the food trucks being part of it. Obviously, the other major events are also part of it as well.
Right, that revenue is already reflected in the financial plan. So if you took that out to fund this, then we'd have to replace that with property taxes to fund the park maintenance and other items. So we're looking for an incremental funding.
Okay.
I think if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think the only probable solution would be to cut back on the number of special events in that core time, which we have had some discussions about, but it is quite challenging to decide where you cut that back. Nobody's going to be happy with being kind of asked. We do already ask people to choose a different venue if they can, but we struggle to find people willing to it's such a great spot. I think everybody does want to be there. And so that's where we have that extended hours into the evenings, and especially on those weekends where we have concerts often both days. And we just can't, it's very challenging for us to get our staff, our current complement of staff, to be willing to work overtime and on call every evening and weekend in the summertime. So it is, we are finding that we really do need that extra support.
Yes, I'm not looking at to reducing the amount of events. I'm looking at charging those individuals that have those events, increasing the fees to create the higher service level required when they have these events. They should pay for it. So it's as simple as that. Go ahead, Councilor Beal, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our finance director. Would these positions perhaps be filled by students, and are there opportunities to apply for grants for hiring students? And if I can also add just a comment, something to keep in mind, and I may be wrong the way this worked, but my understanding when the park was first, like that there's kind of a covenant with the park, that when the park came on, that there are limitations to maybe how we charge things, but I realize that that I agree that there needs to be a fee for, maintenance and so on. But I think that there are some, I guess, covenants around people accessing the park and not having to pay to use the park. But that's not necessarily people who are putting on events, but we also do have then a number of free events for people that we don't have to put on. But can these be summer students?
Taylor, go ahead.
Okay, maybe I'll just start. So the covenant that you refer to, or the trust, I don't think would preclude us from charging user fees. So we're charging service fees or user fees for that, exactly as the mayor said, for that extra demand or draw on the park amenities. We have tried using students in the past, and it has not really been successful. And we didn't even get the grants the last couple of times that we applied for them. But what we find is that this is a very difficult job. It's not something that a lot of students enjoy doing. They also don't like to give up their evenings and weekends in the peak summer when they're off, I guess. So we had a real challenge keeping them. And so we ended up having gaps in service and moved to this model, and it has worked very well. We also have a higher level of training for these folks. They're like a custodian, which is a bit above our laborer positions even, because of the challenging work and the safety related hygiene kind of items around it. So yeah, I mean, the request and the proposal is kind of speaks for itself, we think. So what we're hearing is that council's trying to offset the costs. And I think when we bring the items back for review in December, it won't come close, I don't think. Like even we looked at, charging $250 per day for a big event, and then $50 a day for the long, like 7-week type of events. It's still only a couple of $1,000s. And then we have to also be mindful of the ability of those folks to absorb that cost. And so we're trying to balance that, but we will be bringing it back very soon, but I don't think it'll cover the full amount.
Any other questions or concerns? My question would be, it was $53,000. If that's out of property taxes, do we have that as a percentage?
I think it's at 0.25, Marley.
0.25? Okay. So it would be a 0.25% increase onto our property taxes. Okay. Looking for a motion to put this on the floor. Councilor Beal, your motion, please.
That council approve 2 permanent part-time custodians there as as outlined here.
Thank you. Seconder by Councilor Martin. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is Councilor Beal, Councilor Wood, Councilor Grenz, Councilor Martin. That carries. And those opposed? Councilor Fraz, Councilor Gore, Mayor O'Brien, opposed? That carries. Thank you.
Okay, number 11 is the to hire a consultant to prepare an emergency management plan for the downtown and community park areas with funding to come from the Financial Stabilization Reserve. So that would be in 2026, estimated at $100,000. 2027 costs would be subject to whatever came forward in the emergency management plan. If there was recommendations that needed to be implemented sooner than later, or if they were optional, that would all be part of the plan. I think this is an area, again, because of the increase in special events and the great activities that we have downtown, as well as recent events that have happened elsewhere in the province, that it really kind of shines a light on the need to prepare for response, recovery, and mitigation strategies related to a range of hazards, not just related to people, but also natural disasters, major traffic accidents, public safety risks during special events and concerts, et cetera. So if you recall, we set up the Financial Stabilization Reserve, and we've been putting money towards that each year, as well as a reallocation of surplus towards master plans and the like. So that's the funding pot that this is coming out of, is that accumulated amount that we have been building in that reserve. So that's behind the recommendation to use that reserve for this fund. So there would be no impact to property taxes at this time based on doing the plans initially.
Oh, another study. I wasn't being facetious at all. My first reaction is I think this is overkill. I know what it's in reaction to some very tragic events that have happened locally in and around us. And I'm not sure what we hope to achieve with this. $100,000. My question is the Financial Stabilization Reserve Fund that is suggesting that we could pay for this, why couldn't we use that for the Clock Square design that we've talked about before?
Sorry, for which project?
The Clock Square, the Sequoia Tree Square, ex-Sequoia Tree.
So the Financial Stabilization Reserve includes, included in the core financial plan is $100,000 per year that's put into this reserve for doing the master plans like transportation, roads, doing the parks and trails master plan, community park master plan, all of those plans that need to be done periodically is to set aside money every year in this Financial Stabilization Reserve. So that's what I thought we were looking at here, and that's why I'm recommending that funding. So that funding isn't put aside for doing the placemaking at the clock. That funding is put aside for those master plans.
Why don't we call it a master park, Sequoia Tree Park Plan? I didn't know that this was there. Quite frankly, the Financial Stabilization Reserve for more plans. So that's funded by taxes, obviously.
So what we had done in 2023 surplus, 2024 surplus is brought recommendations to council to reallocate some of that surplus towards funding those master plans and to set up a Financial Stabilization Reserve. It also included an amount related to a revenue stabilization. So if there was a year that revenues came in significantly under, so this exists in each of the three funds and was part of the reserve policy and the reserve bylaw. So ultimately, yes, it is funded by property taxes. In this instance, we're actually using that reserve fund and not using property taxes to fund this incrementally.
To me, this comes into the nice to have another study. Is it an absolute essential need to have?
I think it's possible the province is looking at regulations on this type of thing. We don't have the final regulations or notice from the province on this yet. I think.
Excuse me, but when the province brings that down, I'll specifically be asking the province to fund the studies that they keep on putting down on us. That is supposed to be now their new master plan for the province. If the province thinks that we should do this, just like the accessibility and everything else, I'll be looking for a check before they suggest us any further. I get what you're saying, Janet. Sorry, just forgive me here. But this is what the province may suggest because I know what they're reacting to, what happened on the Lower Mainland. So they feel that they have to do something. But they're suggesting that our taxpayers should actually be paying for another study that's going to come back with more implications now. Now, what's going to be, the consultants are going to have a study and say, thou shalt do the following before you have an event, before you do anything. And you know what? It's going to cost us even more. So it's great to have this, but I'm just saying, sorry, I'm venting a little bit, but when you say the province is thinking about bringing this down, if they don't have a big bucket of money, then I'm tired of the downloading from this province, quite frankly.
Yeah, I think that's only one consideration, though. We're certainly hear back from RCMP that are at our special events, whether that's the parade or if they're supporting special events in the community park or the weekly market or any of these events. We have major facilities like the curling club in the park that has things that may come up if we need to get our emergency vehicles down there when the community park is full. So I think it's good to be proactive about these things so that there's an understanding of what the plan would be in the event of any of those things that we've listed. I would suggest all of which we've seen in the province in the last year. So I think it's just staff trying to be proactive about that. It's not necessarily about the province. I'm just raising that as one of the considerations. But we've certainly heard it from a number of sources.
Councillor Franz?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council and staff. Looking at this, when you talk about it being proactive, for me, it feels a little bit premature as far as not knowing exactly what the aim and where we're trying to end up to be. If it's the province that's asking us to have some plans in place, but they don't give us a direction of what kind of plans or what they're needing out of us, it's we don't know how we're going to hit the mark, if we're going to come up short, or if we're doing more than we need to do it for it. We have an emergency coordinator here, and I don't see for why some local things we can't have a basic plan done in-house, things that identify where our like the Oceanside Place as being a spot you go to if there's a natural disaster to group up there, or where evacuation routes, we only have 3 ways out of town to drive. If it's as far as the RCMP may having requirements for events, shouldn't they be telling us what they need and perhaps coming up with that plan and delivering it to us and saying this is the kind of plan we need to have in place? So I could be missing the mark here, but it's because I don't quite understand and have the vision as far as what we're being asked to do. And so maybe being a little bit proactive is being a little bit premature in this case. I'm just not quite seeing it here. And I agree with the mayor as far as saying if the province is going to be asking us for things, then they should be coming up with that money. So, and likewise too with the, if it's to deal with fires, then should not the fire department be coming forward with plans, and they're best positioned to tell us what those hazards are and what the plans are in place. So I think it's a little bit things that we could perhaps be doing in-house. And then if we identify where the gaps are, then maybe a consultant could step in, but I don't quite see it as it is right now.
Through the matter, Councillor Fraz, the RCMP was certainly part of making this recommendation, and just based on events that they've been involved with and certainly identifying the need to kind of proactively plan for these types of things. I don't think that's within kind of their jurisdiction to prepare a plan like that. They would certainly be part of the staff team that would provide the input though.
My point being is that we're a town of 14,000 almost. And yet, once again, recognizing that our only source of revenue is property taxation. That's our only source. And for anyone, whether it's the RCMP or the province, saying, you should spend $100,000 of that taxation revenue that you get from the people who are already crying, that it's way too much money to pay for property taxes. And to suggest that this is what part of their money should go to. I think that if we asked them if you had the choice of paying for this on your property taxes or not, they would probably say, hell no. Thank you very much. We can't afford it. And that's just the fact of life, because that's what I hear back from the people. I'm the one that hears the people saying they can't afford to live here anymore. That we keep on funding things that they feel that they're not responsible for. And to be responsible for paying their property taxes for a consultant management plan for the place that they've chosen to live is simply not fair. It's not reasonable to ask. So I'm having a hard time. Councillor Fraz brought up a very good point. We have our EMO team, emergency management team, that is in place and does an amazing job for the many actions that they take place during the year, every year. And that is also financed by our taxpayers. And they're getting very good value for that money. But this is just another item that is just like, oh, well, let's just ask the taxpayers to pay. We're elected to make the tough decisions. And I'm saying, no, I'm not going to. So I won't be supporting this. And I'm kind of insulted that the different agencies are saying you should fund this, because I recognize where the money comes from. So no, I won't suggest this. But anyway, there I go. There's no motion on the floor. We're still in discussion stage. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you. I think we don't need any more reports. I've heard what Councillor Fraz said. And if we have another study and we pay money for it, I just don't see it at all. I'm very much supportive of what you and Councillor Fraz have just said.
Thank
I
you.
was thinking that before you said it.
There we go. Thank you. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I do appreciate that this is meant to actually develop a plan and not just a study, I am concerned that it seems somewhat redundant. Right now, we have any event that takes place on city property, they have to present a traffic management plan. They have to have, first aid all those things need to be in place. It needs to go through the fire department for approval or feedback. Similarly, it has to go to the RCMP. So it just seems that if all these different organizations that do call for events have done that work, is there some way to just bring that together? Now, I do realize that when you get a larger crowd, it does change somewhat, but nonetheless, that has been in place for a number of groups. The local schools all have worked on plans, and also not that long ago, there were community groups, stakeholder groups that were brought together to look at evacuation routes and what would need to be considered. So it seems like there's a lot of data there that's at hand. And so this does seem to be a little bit beyond what it should take to put something like this together. And you're never going to be able to account for every scenario that comes along. But also, I do worry that, as Councillor Fraz said, it might be a little bit premature if in fact the province comes forth with some guidelines. I mean, what a shame if we did all this work and we missed a couple of things. And also, I am wondering if MIA, our municipal insurance, so is some of it coming from them anticipating or requiring this sort of work to be done in order to keep our insurance rates down?
Through the mayor to Councillor Beal, I don't think that's coming from MIA. I think it's just an awareness amongst staff of different events that have happened around the province in all of those categories, and really just looking at, okay, what does our response look like, and do we have an understanding of what that should be? And so that's input, like I said, from staff, from our RCMP and fire department, and just having an understanding. I do understand there was once a riot in Parksville. It sounds legendary. In any case, that's coming from a number of sources, and I don't believe MIA is one of them.
Councillor Grant, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm with you. I'd like to defer this item until I'm seeing a consistent theme here of some costs associated with the community park that we don't really want to have to pay with property taxes. I would love to see additional creative options on other funding options in the future, but until such time as we come up with those funding options, whether their, I guess, a failed sponsorship policy, or whatever other ideas that we could maybe come up with at a future time that would pay for these items that happen in the community park, that we very much value the community park. But if we can find ways to fund all these additional costs that are associated with having this great community park in other ways, I'd say let's defer it till then.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to put the motion on the floor. Not in favor of the request to hire a consultant for $100,000 from property taxes. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Thank you. Those opposed? I see none. Do you see none? Yeah, okay. That carries unanimous. Thank you. Number 12.
Okay, number 12 is following a successful pilot project that we had this year with having co-op students in our utilities area, and very well received by our utilities staff. And so bringing that back to council, if you recall, those were funded by prior year's surplus that was carried forward. And what we would like to propose is that some funding be put aside for co-op students, but that it would only be funded if there was salary surplus available to carry forward from a prior year. So there would be no incremental cost. The benefits of this are expected to come just from having some additional capacity at peak times. So for example, perhaps our utilities crew would have more staff in the summer. Perhaps in the finance department, we might like a co-op student at this time of year, and other departments might have different peak times, as well as just looking at long-term recruiting and retention benefits related to having students in city departments and finding an interest in continuing their employment with us. So that funding level could provide 3 to 4 co-op students, just depending on their education levels and what positions they were coming into. But again, looking at that being at the CAO's discretion to allocate to departments depending on need, and the funding coming just from wage surplus if it was available.
Councillor Press.
Question through the mayor to staff. If this was going to put money aside from wage surplus, how would you prioritize the wage surplus for other things like a term custodial and future?
Through councillor, or through the mayor to Councillor Fraz. Sit back. There we go.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm back again. So I think this is something that is a not an incremental service level, where the custodian one, I think it was an understanding that that's a definite increased level of service that should be funded and tied to ongoing funding levels. And what I try to show through the financial plan each year is making sure that that ongoing service level is funded by continuing funding. This is a one-off that is helpful. It does offset some overtime, but it, you know, we get the work done if not for this. It provides some other benefits just to, yeah, maybe reducing overtime for other employees that maybe don't want to be working the overtime, as well as just that recruiting and retention piece that we've had some challenges with, and provides an opportunity perhaps local students or people that might consider moving here. So it's just a difference in terms of service level is how I view it anyway.
I'd like to move this.
Personally, I'd like to, I would rather, if there's actually, now there seems to be a wage surplus available for 110,000. I'd rather have that wage surplus applied first to the custodial 2 term positions.
To be clear, I'm not saying that that is available. We're just saying that if it were available, then we could consider. And so sometimes that comes from a vacancy that's specific, but with the ongoing positions, this may or may not result in funding. So that's the reason why it's slightly different, is that that custodial position is an ongoing service level need that's been demonstrated. this is something that would be incremental and has different benefits in mind.
But then this is, to me, it's nice to have, custodials need to have, just saying. Councillor Frez.
Yeah, I think the question I asked there before about prioritizing it is because then if you're saying this would only be if their wage surplus is there, but then if we utilize it, then we don't have the wage surplus for those other positions that we would say is a priority. So the custodial one could have been an option if it was available in wage surplus. So to me, this it locks up the wage surplus where now this is where it will be used, and for any other positions, we'll have to be looking at bringing it into our full budget. I think this is a great idea. I think it's fantastic that we've been able to utilize it. I like that it brings down the overtime. I think that adds a good value to the quality of life for our staff when they're we're asking them and requiring them to be doing this overtime when they want to have that time off. So I think there's a lot of value in that. It was just about recognizing. I don't know what our wage surplus typically is at over the years. Like how much is it fluctuating? Sounds like we're quite often having a wage surplus. You mentioned 110 would accommodate a few students though. So it's just kind of based around that is what is our wage surplus? How does that move around? Those are things I'm considering.
Yeah, is it possible like funding for 2 students? Like you got 3 to 4 students there, like with 2 students?
Right, absolutely. I think it would vary year to year, and it would be something that would be brought to council with the year to say, okay, this year it makes sense perhaps to have co-op students in this area, and there is surplus available. I think the issue really is that, for example, the custodial position is an ongoing need. And so if we're relying on funding that may or may not be available, then it's hard to plan for that work. This is something that would only be above and beyond. And so I think what we've tried to do is tie that increased service level to an increase in property taxes so that that it's a demonstrated kind of tie back to that.
So this is an increase in property taxes?
No, this is not.
No, okay,
But-
yeah,
but the
okay, yeah, but
Just saying, when we have an increase in service level, like
Right.
the custodial, that we like to tie that to an ongoing funding that is set in place and not variable.
yeah, but I think recognizing that the long-term strategy would be to finance it regularly without having to come here. But we talked about in future, not for this year, but in future, look at having the user fee agreements actually pay for the custodial staff. So that would be the funding to secure those funds and not necessarily taxation. So that to me would still be the advantage, but it's just like for now, I thought that we could use this surplus for the custodial, but anyways, I'll leave it at, we've already talked about that one and done it, so. Councillor Grenz.
Thank you. I'd like to move this motion. I don't know that it actually really, well, if I have a seconder, I can maybe.
Seconded by Councillor Wood. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Councillor
I think this
Grenz.
is a great idea, and it's leaves some discretion for our CAO to solve one problem with the same funds that are part of the problem. The problem is that we have unspent wage because we can't get enough people recruited. This will help address that problem by getting more people familiar with working at the city of Parksville. It seeds the future for future employees in the city. And I think it's a great idea and will also be a boost, I think, to morale and to have some new folks around to teach and mentor. So I really like this idea.
Yeah, I agree. I see the full advantage of it. And I know we had co-op students in the past and they're great benefit, and as well as introduction to the city park. So I love the idea. I'm just having a hard time finding the funding for it. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I
Speaking
think,
speaking to the motion on the floor, sir.
yes, I am.
Thank you.
So I think it's a great idea. But I was wondering if staff can give us a little synopsis of how successful have we been in the last 5 years in recruiting or attracting some of those co-op students? Has it been any specific departments that we see more interest? And yeah, a couple of those questions.
Through the mayor to Councillor Gore. So this year is the first year we've had co-op students for a number of years. We have had them in the past from time to time. It hasn't been a regular program, which was part of why we were bringing this proposal forward. It's my understanding that once you kind of get in with some of the institutions, the educational institutions, is that it becomes a regular kind of position that gets posted and people look forward to that. I would say some of the benefits, certainly I heard from utility staff, is that these students bring a lot of new ideas as well. So it's not only us training them, often they're bringing ideas that increase our own efficiencies and effectiveness of operations just by bringing some of that new information from their education. And so we've had co-op students in engineering as well. We haven't had one yet in finance, but I think the points made is really often it gives the CAO discretion where we might have a vacancy in operations where we can hire a couple of co-op students, for example, that help offset some of the overtime and additional work that's being done in order to offset that vacancy. Similar in other departments in my years here, which I think we're coming up to 7 now. I think this year is the first year for a number of months that we've had all of our engineering positions filled. So we know that there has been challenges filling and keeping some of our staff. And so this is just another way that we might improve that area of our staffing and at no incremental cost from property taxes or utility fees to bring those benefits.
Anybody else? Do you see anybody else? Okay. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I would certainly like to support this. I think it's a real win-win, as you say, both ways for mentoring for co-op students and co-op students bringing recent, information and knowledge to the team. And I've seen it firsthand when I was on council previously. There was a co-op student ended up and it's a chance to kind of try somebody out and see how they are and how they work with everyone and how they learn and how open they are. And that individual, in fact, went on to be hired and worked for the city for a period of time. So I see it as a real win-win. I do have one question, and it's just about like a fun. How much for the average taxpayer would a 0.25% increase be for, let's say, we're looking at what, $780,000 or $800,000 home or whatever the average is? So a 0.25%, what would that add up to?
I wrote this down, just 1 second. I think it's about $22 for 1 cent. And so 0.5% might be in the range of $11, a quarter might be $5 for the average residential home. Yeah.
Thank you. And CAO, Kaylor, could you just confirm that the motion that's on the floor right now advise that the funding would be paid by the wage surplus?
Yes, that is correct.
It is correct. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I talked to a lot of people around here and I talked to people who've come back to Parksville, and young people graduate like at Bolinas, and then they come back and they want to be here. And I think a co-op student would be a fabulous idea because that would bring them with a positive thing of having a position to look forward to. So if we cultivate something like that, it's going to be very good for our community. That's what I find. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Any opposed? I think he moved it, so I hope he's voting for it. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're into the last category. And this is the carrying forward for decision, the community group requests that were presented to council at the November 12th meeting. And for some of these, this is new funding. For some, it's to confirm their continuing funding, the kind of line item ones that are already in the financial plan. And some of them are incremental one-time funding. I'll just make a note that you did also receive a presentation from the BCAA EVO program. And so there was no, council already made a decision on that. There wasn't a financial impact to that. So you won't see that here today. I didn't bring that forward because the decision's already been made. So in case there was any question around that. So I just wanted to review what's already in the core financial plan in terms of contributions to community groups. So within the plan are permissive tax exemptions that council has already granted with an estimated total for 2026 of 319,000. And so that's made up of a $225,000 cap, as well as some ongoing permissive tax exemptions to the Nature's Trust and Island Corridor. In 2025, that was 315,000, and in 2024, 260,000. So that's revenue that we don't collect because of those permissive tax exemptions. Within the financial plan is kind of what we've referenced as line item or base funding to some of these groups. In 2026, that amount is $26,000. And that totals 130,000 across the 5 years of the financial plan. For 2025, that actual amount that was granted to community groups was a total of 271,500. And so that was made up of the base funding plus some incremental operating funding that was provided, and then capital cost sharing. And just as a reminder on that, that was with the Curling Club and with Beach Fest, where we had some capital cost sharing. And so the total being 271,000 in 2025. We also provide a number of facilities or property use to a number of groups at nominal or no cost. We also have some operating agreements with other groups to run some of those facilities, again, at very little cost. And then finally, there's in-kind staff and admin support to a large number of groups in the community as well, including by operations like roads and park staff or admin staff. So just to give you an overview of what's already in the plan as you contemplate further amounts. You have a copy of this spreadsheet, but this really summarizes what has been contributed over the last 5 years and what's in the 5-year financial plan in terms of the line item type amounts to community groups. 2021 and 2025 is much higher than other years because if you recall, there was some COVID funding that was additional in those years. So that's why those years are much higher. So here, what we'll be looking for from council, for those community groups that have ongoing annual funding already in the financial plan, we would like you to confirm that we'll continue that. And then a motion to confirm or not any additional amounts that may be requested. So we'll move through those one by one, but again, maybe looking for 2 parts for some of these groups that already have line item funding included in the financial plan. The other item, in addition to other funding pots that we've talked about, is also to consider council contingency. And there's a total of $25,000 in the current year that could be allocated to any of these. So the first being the Parksville Curling Club, and their request, if you recall, was for $1,000 towards sponsorship of events in 2026. With funding that could come from property taxes or perhaps council contingency for that. I've also summarized some of the other support that's already provided to each of these groups. So we'll highlight that on each slide, but that includes the lease of the city-owned facility, a permissive tax exemption. We did some capital cost sharing last year. Grants and aid have been provided in the past, and then some staff support. There was also background information provided on each of these to council directly.
We're going to take one at a time. Yeah. So I'm going to, recognize that the first one doesn't have an annual report. So we don't.
That's correct.
Yeah, we don't have it. So the direction from council would be that the financial plan would grant the request individually or not. So that's what the motion would read right now. So I would like to put the motion through to approve the Parksville Curling Club request for $1,000 for the one-time event to be funded by council contingency.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Fraz. Any further discussion? Counselor Gore? Okay, oh, no, you got your yes or no?
All good. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Fraz, go ahead.
And just speaking of the motion, I think council contingency is a great way for amounts like this and for the Parksville Curling Club. So that's why I'm approving it, particularly because it's not an ongoing line item.
Right, and thank you. And for staff, if you could continue to do a running tab on the contingency, if you would, please. I'm at 24 Gs now. Well, if approved. So thank you. Any further comment to the motion on the floor? Councilor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I want to support this. I think it will be very nice to have the city as a sponsor of this special event and agree that it should come from contingency. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was at a function last week for the curling club and marvel at how they run things there. Really, they do. And $1,000 for this event would be very worthwhile because they're doing very good work for us there, keeping it in shape. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is from Bolinas School Prom and Dry Grad request for 2026. They've requested $3,000 one-time grant. Just for your information, other support that is provided is annually the city provides a $500 scholarship to a Bolinas student. And as well, there's been grants in 2024 and 2025 related to their prom and dry grad of $1,950 and $1,500 in the last couple of years. So again, this could be property taxes or council contingency. I think this seems to be an annual request, so giving that some consideration, but right now it's a one-time amount that they've requested.
Thank you. Seeing it's the only high school we have, I would like to move that we grant the request of $3,000 one-time grant for 2026, funded by council contingency. Seconded by? Is that Councilor Wood or not? No, okay. Do I have a seconder for that? No. No seconder for the $3,000. Okay. I'll take that off the floor. Do I have another motion? Councilor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're in a generous mood. I would like to make a motion to grant $1,500 to the Bolinas Dry Grad Prom and Dry Grad Committee to come out of contingency.
I'll second that motion. Thank you. Discussion on the motion on the floor. Councilor Fraz.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. I realized in the last one there too, I kind of broke one of my own rules as far as these grants go. With that, I'd like to see these go through our grant committee. I think that's the appropriate place. We had these kind of discussions many times in the past, looked at the amounts we'd be doing for grants, what would qualify for the grants, and now to be taking them one-offs, I think goes outside what our aim and what we've tried to do. I like the fact that we already do a scholarship for them for $500. I think those grants in the past, though, as well, have been through our grant committee. So I would like to refer it to our grant committee for these kind of considerations.
Through the mayor, just to clarify for Councillor Fraz, those actually have come through this type of process, not through our grant and aid. And just for council's information, we really have up the rigor around this process in terms of having these community groups provide financial information, provide more information to council with respect to their requests. So we've been trying to kind of change that process because the grant and aid process does also require that kind of thing. So it's really to have some accountability back to council for Am I back? There we go. All right. Just trying to have some consistency between those two processes, but what was happening, and your point is valid in the past, is that there was this recurring line item funding that didn't have any accountability back to council to report back on how they use the funds and things like that. So we've implemented a process like that to put some rigor towards that and make it more similar. So hoping that that'll improve that kind of transparency and accountability around this.
And I'll just comment as well, Councillor Frass, that the grant and aid programs that we have spring and fall, unfortunately, the grad committees, they're not struck until too late to apply for it. And it seems to be I agree, it's a reoccurring ask, but at the same time, they don't get it in time to be part of the grant process. I understand exactly what you're saying. But anyhow, yes. Councillor Frass, go ahead.
So just a couple comments to that then too. I think the fact that these, you mentioned maybe for the timing, for whatever reason, the last couple of years, that it wasn't through a grant committee, recognizing that we could always amend the timing of when we have those grants come out there. So maybe if we need to adjust them for some community events or things that seem more in line with them being able to address it, I think grants committee is the right place for these requests to happen. The problem I see with when we do these kind of grant funding requests, it's essentially forced fundraising on the community for these groups. I think these are perfect things that they should be doing fundraising out in the community for, and not imposing homeowners and property taxes to be fundraising for these events. If people want to support them, then they'll open up their pockets, but we shouldn't be reaching in. It's nothing about the merit of them. I think it's fantastic. I, personally support these events. I would gladly do it myself if they were coming to fundraising, be it through bottle drives or chocolate sales or whatever, all the things we ask for the sports teams as well, right? And I think it's great for youth to be going out there and doing the fundraising as well, to be engaged in the community and so on. So it's not about the merit of it. I think just the process. And if we need to adjust our grant timing so that we're doing it more this time of the year instead of the spring and the fall, or adding or doing it 4 times a year, I just think that's the right place to be doing it.
I can confirm that Bolinas in 2025 for the 2026 grad year did do fundraising and bottle drives. I assisted with that one anyways, just because it was a neighbor of mine across the street. So I had a few bottles that they could use. Thank you. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to assure everyone here that I had a very good meeting and conversation with the vice principal of the school, who assured me that they do extensive fundraising for these events. We also talked about different models that other schools in other districts might do so that they are not actually coming to the city for requests. And that was acknowledged, but it was also understood that as the group changes each year, that they're not at that point, let's say, but certainly something to think about over time, perhaps, whether it be changing what the event looks like, how they go about funding it, who's doing the fundraising, all of those things. We just had a very fruitful conversation, and echoing what our mayor has just said, it's a completely different group each year, which makes it that much more challenging for them, both to grasp all the ins and outs of how it's done. Yes, there is some continuity. There's a big binder. Maybe it's more digital now, but hopefully over time, we will see some change there. But it does take some time.
Can we call the question?
Councillor
Given we're running out of time on the meeting.
Wood, I saw your hand up. You're good? Okay. Councillor Grenz, you've appeared on screen again. Do you have a comment for the motion on the floor?
Yeah, calling the question.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor to provide $1,500 to the Bolinas Dry Grad, paid for by contingency. All those in favor? Those opposed? I see Councillor Frass opposed. And that's it. We got to get Amit to quit scratching his nose. Sorry.
Okay, the next item is something that was brought forward by Councillor Grenz, and that was to consider providing some support for FIFA World Cup events that might come up in 2026. So in my discussions with Councillor Grenz, I don't think we actually know what those might be yet. And perhaps Councillor Grenz could add to the conversation, but what he and I had discussed was possibly having some allowance within council contingency that could be considered as events come up, but Councillor Grenz might wish to expand on those thoughts.
Councillor Grenz, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll have plenty of space left in the contingency based on my expectations. And I haven't seen anything concrete coming through in terms of asks yet, even though I have reached out to folks that are working on organizing some activities. So I think I'm comfortable just leaving this one as is for now. And if there does something come up, maybe we'll have some money left in the contingency fund.
Okay.
So nothing, is that correct? No, okay, thank you. Number 16, please.
So, point of clarification, Mayor, is it being deferred?
There is no request.
Okay.
So number 16 is really just a need for council to confirm the annual funding that's already in the financial plan for Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere Region that does the Brant Wildlife Festival. They did come and present, but did not have a request for any incremental amount, just for their $5,000 annual amount.
I'll move to support continuing their ongoing amount.
I'll second it.
Everybody likes the Brants. That has been moved by Councillor Franz, seconded by Councillor Gore. Councillor Franz, you moved. You'd like to speak to this, please.
No, that's good.
Thank you. Councillor Gore.
Brants are lovely. Go support the Brants. Thank you.
Love the Brants. So this is no incremental amount requested. So this is just to maintain the ongoing annual grant. Oh,
I was just going to say,
Councillor Martin,
I
go
don't
ahead.
know if we realize this is very good that we're doing this, and thank you very much. We want to move on, but we're very privileged to have them here, just so you know. I'm on the liaison, so
I think we agree. Thank you. See, look at Councillor Woody scratching his head. Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. Carrying on.
Great. The next one is the Oceanside Community Arts Council. They have current annual funding of $5,000 per year. And they're requesting an ongoing grant instead of $7,500, so an increase of $2,500 per year, as well as a one-time grant of $19,000, and that was related to building maintenance and capital needs. So the total request for the 5-year would be $31,500. Just for your information, they have received additional grants in the past above their 5,000. So in 2025, for example, there was an additional 3,200. They also receive a property tax exemption of $5,200, which is a total of $10,975 for all jurisdictions. So that's the other support that is already received by this group. Funding for this could come from property taxes.
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
I hope I get the wording correctly here, but I'll break it up because I would like to move that we, support increase the annual funding to $7,500. So I think there would be a second motion, but I would like to make that motion first of all.
Okay. But there's a second motion to do with more funding as well. I think it would be prudent if you get both motions at the same time so that we know if we approve the the 7,500. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because there could be a reduction in the first one and then maybe an increase in the second one. So, well, just let us know your strategy. We'll combine it. Can you not combine it?
What could- But if you combine it, then you could end up losing both, right? Right? So, I mean, that's the only thing. The other part is I would like to move that we provide a one-time grant of $19,000 to the Oceanside Community Arts Council. Yes, and that's for the purposes of work, the painting of the building.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah. Okay.
If I may, Mayor, then now that we have the whole picture, I think what would be helpful is first to confirm the ongoing, because that's already there, and then to discuss the incremental amounts being the 2,500 per year and whether you want that to be in all years or just 1 year, and the 19,000. I think that'll help to break it out, so it's really specific that way.
You may, Councillor Beal.
Take two. Okay. I would like to, that council supports continuing $5,000 of ongoing annual funding for the Oceanside Community Arts Council. That's part one. And that council approve an increase of $2,500 per year and a one-time grant of $19,000 for their capital project.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder
A
for the
question, Mayor,
motion?
before, I'll second it for discussion, but can Councillor Beal mention what's the source of funding is for that one-time grant?
Sure. Okay. So, okay, that's seconded by Councillor Gore. Thank you. Councillor Beal, you moved the motion. He's asking where your funding is coming from.
I would anticipate that this comes from property taxes.
Thank you. And further discussion, Councillor Wood, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for my own understanding, and not necessarily for the Oceanside Community Arts Council, but since it's a nonprofit registered charity, typically someone who donates to, say, Oceanside Community Arts Council would get a tax receipt for provincial and federal taxes. And when the city uses its revenue for that, there is no tax credit given out from the province or the federal government. Is that correct, Jetta?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wood, I think in theory, the MAC could give us a tax receipt, but it doesn't do us any good. So your point is still the same. If each individual in Parksville donated the equivalent of the property tax amount, they would get their tax receipt. And that would likely do them some good, although their own personal tax situation would inform that. But although we from time to time do receive CRA slips of various types, we don't actually need them.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question then to Jetta. Can you break that out with the ongoing, like 5,000 was already in budget. The ask was to increase it to 2,500 extra annually and also a one-time grant of 19,000, all to be paid for property taxes. What would that equal as a property tax percentage?
I'm just going to look at Marley, but before we do that, I just wanted to also, council could consider the $2,500 increment coming from council contingency as well. So there could be.
But that would be, and that's an annual
Right.
ask
Yeah.
at that point. So
Yeah, so if we're looking at 2,500 plus 19,000, I'm looking to our manager of finance.
Thank you. To the mayor, the total would be 0.1%. So 0.01 for the $2,500 and 0.09 for the 19,000 amount. So
That equals
0.1.
So that's just
0.1.
1%, is that
No,
correct?
sorry, 0.1%.
0.1.
Correct.
And then the other would be.
Sorry,
0.9.
Mayor, as a seconder, am I
Sorry.
allowed to amend this motion?
We're just answering a question right here. I'll get to you,
Yeah.
Councillor Gordon.
Sorry, the 2,500 incremental amount would be 0.01%. The 19,000 is 0.09. So when you combine those together, the effect in 2026 is 0.1%.
So 1/10 of 1%,
1/10 of 1%.
right?
Thank you. Thank you. Just getting clarification. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, just some procedural clarification from staff, like as a seconder, am I allowed to amend this motion?
With the approval of the mover, you may be able to, depends on how
Okay.
much you want to amend it.
I want to amend it to the $7,500 annual increase plus $10,000 one time from council contingency.
So if I may, through the mayor, that would have to be agreed upon by the mover.
Okay, so you're suggesting the 7,500 as an annual increase, Councillor Gore?
Yes, Mayor.
And to be paid from property taxes because it's annual, and then a one-time grant of 5,000?
10,000 from the
10,000
council
from
contingency.
council contingency. Thanks for clearing that up. Thank you. Councillor Frass. Oh, sorry. So, Councillor Beal, do you agree to the amendment?
I will make a comment that I would no, I would not agree. I would not want to see this council deplete the contingency fund to such a degree this early in the year. So no, I would not.
Yeah.
Sorry, if I may
CAO?
clarify, Mayor, can the staff clarify that the contingency is at 25,000 for the end of this fiscal, like coming March? So it's not early in the year, it's quite late in the year.
If I may, through the mayor, that's
CAO
correct.
Taylor will clear that up. Thank you.
We're talking about the 2025 contingency, which has not been spent yet. So it will basically refresh at the end of this year. And it's 25,000 allocated each year right now in the current budgets. So you're not depleting the 2026 contingency amount.
And it's now
Then-
it's 24,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does change things. I was assuming that that we were talking only about 2026, and I wouldn't want to have us start off the year with such a low amount. So the amendment would be to reduce the $19,000 request to 10,000 to come from contingency and 9,000 to come from property tax. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I think he said he said
The amount to be reduced to 10,000 altogether.
increase in 75 to 7,500.
Okay. I don't know if people recall from the presentation, but their request is for half of the amount that would go to the painting. And so they are actually reducing that, that amount by quite a bit. I happen to know that anyway, and beyond that, they are working towards replacing the windows, following the painting, and then going on to the roof. But considering that this building is is in our downtown revitalization area, the significance of the building, I would like to see this council support this.
So you're approving the amendment or your original?
Mayor, could I add something here to the conversation? Perhaps, if I may, and maybe this is a mix of what's been said. In 2025, so outside of this financial plan, is $25,000 contingency, council contingency that has not been spent. So one option would be to actually make this grant in 2025 and only consider the incremental 2,500 ongoing 0.01% for Marley for the 26 to 30 financial plan. So that's another amendment yet, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but that could be an option if council wanted to make a motion related to 2025 council contingency.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just ask Councillor Gore, would you be amenable to adjusting that amendment to have the $19,000 come from council contingency, and with the understanding that we would support the $5,000 ongoing with an increase of 2,500 annually, and that would be effective 2026. Would that fit your thoughts?
I'm not sure, Mayor. To be honest, I think I want to hear before I solidify this motion. I was previously thinking 10,000 as a round figure, but I want to hear what other council members are thinking about this. And I really don't know how we start a debate when there's a motion to amend. I'm not sure. I do like the $10,000 upfront, and I think that gives the opportunity for MAC to fundraise. I know they've been working hard. I really appreciate their work. But I think $10,000 gives us enough room in the contingency to perhaps use it for other groups that will be coming up, I think, in the next couple of slides to use that money. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. And speaking to the motion on the floor, I agree with Councillor Gore that I would prefer that to read the one-time grant of $10,000 out of contingency. And the reason being is I don't want to deplete more than that, because I feel that there's other opportunities coming up yet in this discussion. So I would definitely agree with the increase to 7,500, but I would just like that one-time grant at this time out of contingency to read 10,000. That's my feelings. Councillor Fraz, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I think this for me is a great example of why I think the grant request should go to a grant committee. And then at our budgets, we should be looking at the budget line items that will be ongoing costs. Make it a lot more straightforward. And also, I think something to keep in mind is our council contingency is not free money. It gets filled from property taxes, and it's not something we're required to have to use up. We are able to save money as well. And so again, why I think grants should go to a grant committee, and we should allocate funding for grants. And once it's reached, that's it. If we're feeling so generous or required to do this grant from our council contingency, it means that we then can't look at things like accessible parking spots in the park and using our council to contingency for that. So we can also look at our own projects for our contingency as well. The money doesn't roll forward each year. It's not going to,
Right.
The 25,000 that we don't spend isn't going to, so
yeah.
It just trying to put that perspective of why I think grant requests should go to our grant committees. The other request though of the 7,500 annual, I think that's in line with what we're kind of seeing amongst the other groups. It's a pretty, reasonable ask. And I think it's in line with what we see with their last few years too, of having an increase of about 5,000, 3,000 and so on. So that one I wouldn't be opposed to, but having them mixed together like this, I'm not going to support it.
Yeah, thank you. And to your comment on contingency, I agree with the fact that contingency is exactly that. It's a contingency amount for unexpected expenses. But in this particular case, I believe the Art Council has framed us as it's an unintended or unexpected expense that they didn't budget for or they have to fix. It's a need to have. So that's why I'm supporting the 10,000 to it, because if they don't do this, the roof's going to start leaking. It could be catastrophic for an art gallery. So, yeah, I know. Yeah, but it's I know, but that's what we can do is we didn't anticipate this, but we have the contingency when something like this comes along from our community. So that's how I view it. So thank you, Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've asked more than once here, is this for the painting of the outside of the building? And this is half of the cost, right? And they have to paint the building. And that's not, that's important. I mean, this is a heritage building in our city. We don't have those kind of things here. So I think we have to be careful how we decide not to do something. And I think we need to preserve it myself. And painting, we know, if it's not preserved, you don't have your building. So that's the way I look at the painting. So I mean, I'll support 10,000 from the contingency, but I think it should be the whole amount myself from our, property taxes, because that's a value. If we don't value, heritage, then, you see, that's the way I look at it. So we're coming from different angles on that one. Yeah.
Thank you. See Councillor Gore.
Thank you. A quick comment to Councillor Frost. Like I 100% agree with you, Adam. Like it should be consistently coming from the grant in aid. However, we have to look at the practicality of it. We've only allocated $5,000 for the last how many years for this grant in aid that we do annually. Until we increase that amount significantly to say $25,000, I don't feel comfortable like deflecting people over to that $5,000 a year to apply for these grants. And these asks are enormous because these nonprofits, like everybody else, are feeling the pressures of inflation. So that's why I think the sweet middle spot is to give them 10,000 from contingency at this time. Maybe the next council or maybe this council next year, we can look at revising the grant in aid amounts so people don't have to come to us at these one-offs during the budget deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But we've had a discussion around the motion that was on the floor that was Councillor Beal's original one. Now I'm going to go back once again to Councillor Beal to ask if your motion on the floor could be amended to what Councillor Gore has proposed and we have spoken to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am just curious, given that we have had some comments here in conversations, I would like to give, or like to hear from Councillor Wood and Councillor Grenz as well, just seeing as how we've departed from what we would normally do, in other cases, if they have any thoughts on this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Councillor Gren, your camera's on and your camera's off. I'm not sure why. Yeah, Councillor Grenz just appeared. Okay, Councillor Wood, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we need a motion to extend?
Sure, we do. A motion to extend. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay. Councillor Wood, did you have further comment?
Nope.
Thanks. Okay. Councillor Beal, so it's on you to either try and run with your original or run with the amended. I know. If I was going to Vegas, I'd go right now.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt, but if Councillor Beal as the mover isn't willing, another councillor can also make a motion to amend, which would be moved and seconded and voted on. So it doesn't have to be, it's more like a friendly
Okay.
amendment if Councillor Beal wants to agree, but if she's not comfortable agreeing, another councillor may bring forward an amendment motion. And then we would read the motion as amended if that passes. And if it doesn't pass, we'd be back to the main motion.
Okay, so is that so?
Maybe.
Okay, so well, Councillor Gore has made the motion, the amended motion. I'll second Councillor Gore's amended motion. Okay, so. Sorry?
And then the table would vote on that amendment.
On the amendment motion. Okay, so let's get that out of the way. To the amended motion, which is, let's be clear, to increase the ongoing annual fund to $7,500 from $5,000, and to do a one-time grant to be paid for a contingency of $10,000. All those in favor? Sorry, I can barely see. Okay, so once again, all those in favor? All those in favor, I see Councillor Gore, Councillor Wood, Mayor O'Brien. All those opposed? Councillor Grenz, Councillor Beal, Councillor Fraz, Councillor Martin. That does not carry. Back to the original motion that was on the floor.
Yes, if I may, the motion that was originally on the floor is that the 7,500 be, like the 5,000 be continued, increased to 7,500 annually from property taxes with a one-time 19,000 grant from council contingency. Oh, no, was it from property? Sorry, from property taxes.
Yep, from property taxes.
Call it one or the
Uh,
other.
I'm perfectly open to shifting that to the 19,000 coming out of contingency.
That leaves 3,500 balance in the contingency if that's what council
Yeah, I
wishes.
don't know what else is coming.
And it's
in.
almost December. And I don't know, and a question really to our Director of Finance, is it possible to have, you know, some come from contingency and some come from property taxes? Is that possible to split that up?
It's one of the same.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Beal. Yes, with an amendment to the motion, you could split those, including from current year contingency or 2026 contingency. So yeah, both of those could be possible.
Oh, okay, thank you. Then I would like to amend that 15,000 come from this year's contingency of that 19,000 correct request, and the remaining 4,000 come from the 2026 contingency.
I'll second that if you'd like.
Okay.
Sorry,
Doesn't have to be that.
if I may, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Gore as the seconder
Oh.
needs to agree to that.
Oh,
Councilor Gore, do you agree?
I don't know how to agree to this when my motion got defeated.
Yeah, I know. Well,
You seconded the original motion.
I want to hear, okay, I will second it. I'm okay to this amendment, just to hear some other council members, what they think.
and for clarification, if this is defeated, could another motion be placed after?
Yes.
Yes, it can.
Okay, there we go. So you may speak to your motion.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay.
Motion sickness is taking over. again.
It is. No, I would like to explain some things for the benefit of people who might not know this. And I on my own, as well as other people letting me know about this, have looked in what is the situation for arts councils in other cities and communities, smaller communities like ours around the province. Now, it has not been extensive, but what I have found, whether it be Sydney, whether it be Harrison Hot Springs, whether it be the town of Qualicum Beach, in many, if not most cases, arts councils and galleries for the community operate within city-owned buildings on city-owned land. So it's considerably less money for the arts organizations to manage. Further, with that, the cities or municipalities look after the state of the building, particularly the outside. Some of those change a little bit differently depending on the community. I know of one where they look after everything, another one where they look after the exterior of the building. And in all those cases, there is no tax paid at all by the arts councils or the gallery. In an example of
Mary, I'm going to have to.
yeah, okay, I understand, but I don't know that people do a little bit like the Historical Society brought some comparisons of what other communities contribute. I will pick on Sydney again because it's a community of very similar size, very similar demographics. And despite the fact that their arts council and gallery, which is a very small gallery, operates within a city-owned building, do not pay taxes. In addition, the community regularly contributes about $24,000 a year. So our volunteer groups are doing an enormous amount to provide something for our community that is it's so important, and even more so in a tourist-based economy.
Wind up in 5 seconds, please.
I'll make it 3. So that is my pitch. And that once again, going back to it, the request they've made is for half of what this is. And they have many more things going ahead in their capital projects.
Okay. There's a motion
Can I-
on the
Mayor,
floor.
Before you call the question, can we vote on those separately, please? Those two recommendations?
No, because that's not what the motion called for. The motion's on the floor is the motion on the floor. We'll vote on it. Thank you. Everybody know the motion on the floor? I don't. CEO Kaler, if you could read it out to me, please.
Okay, thanks. So currently the motion on the floor is that we increase the annual amount to 7,500 from 5,000. That would come from property taxes, and that we contribute a one-time grant of 15,000 from 2025's contingency and 4,000 from 2026's contingency.
Thank you, CEO Kaler. All those in favor? Those in favor are Councillor Beal, Councillor Martin. All those opposed? Those opposed are Councillor Grenz, Councillor Wood, Councillor Gore, Councillor Fraz, Councillor O'Brien. Thank you.
Can I make a motion that we push this item to the end of the list and move on to the next one and circle back on this one?
I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Councillor Grenz. Good suggestion. Yeah, thank you.
I made you a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Wood. Thank you. All those in favor, moving it on the agenda? That's all we're doing. Thank you. And those opposed? There's no opposed. Just moving into the agenda, just to the end of the agenda instead of, we're just taking it out of, just taking it out of its place. Yeah, we just moved it. Okay. So, Parksville Beach Festival, proposal 18.
Okay, great. Similar to the last one, the Beach Festival receives annual funding of $5,000 a year. They've requested ongoing funding of $7,500 a year, so an incremental amount of $2,500.
So moved. Move this one.
Thank you. Seconded by? Thank you. Councillor Martin. Any discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to continue the annual payment of $5,000 per year and to increase it by $2,500 per year moving forward to a total of $7,500?
A quick comment, Mayor. I know we are all been into this for a while.
Go ahead.
That
Go ahead, Councillor Gore. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke with Cheryl, and Beach Fest really looks forward to this startup money that we give them to not only have a good start and enthusiasm for the new year and coming up year, but it also helps encourage other people to step up and sponsor this event. And with inflation and everything, I think it's a reasonable ask at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Councillor Gore, Grenz.
Thank you. Very quickly.
Flip spaces.
Yeah. Very quickly, I'm going to support this motion because of the benefit that accrues to some of the other groups that are looking for money here through this activity, that there's an opportunity to volunteer and get money from the doors to support their causes as well.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have great respect for the Beach Fest, Parksville Beach Festival. I do wonder if Councillor Gore had an opportunity to speak with the president, if the question of whether or not they could just hold back, let's say, the equivalent of about $2,500 when they're about to distribute funds, if that would not solve the situation for them, and it would make very little difference for the 24 different groups. It's only about $100, a little bit more. And quite frankly, many of those groups are from outside Parksville. So I'm just wondering if that discussion has taken place.
May I answer that, Mayor?
Any comment from you would be helpful. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I did, and like I said in my opening statement, the initial amount they need is to cover those increasing costs over a year. There's always this talk about Beach Fest giving out the money to outside nonprofit groups, but people don't realize that people giving the money at the gates are not necessarily all residents of Parksville. So this brings in a lot of money and helps the economy. So there's a lot of benefit to what Beach Fest does, and I think it's a reasonable ask.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on the motion on the floor? All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Next up, we have number 19, Parksville District's Chamber of Commerce.
Right. So the request from the Chamber of Commerce was with respect to the operation of the visitor center that is on the space where the Chamber of Commerce building is. Just to note that the city sold that land to the chamber in 2012 for $1. So they have enjoyed the benefit of that over those years. And we also provide additional special event staff support for their Summer by the Sea street market. So their request is to increase that annual amount to $96,000 a year for the service, which would be an increase of $37,000 per year. It is indexed by inflation in the agreement, so that amount would increase over time, but the total incremental is estimated to be about $186,000. Funding would come from an increase in property taxes. This is historically funded by a share of business license revenue, but if we say that the funding is to come from business license revenue, then we need to offset that with an increase in property taxes. So essentially for this decision, they're one and the same.
Right, I see. Just a quick question, running tally on our contingency?
Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
Through to you, Mayor O'Brien, for the 2025 contingency, you have 22,500 remaining, and you still have 25,000 remaining for 2026.
Sorry.
Yeah, 22,500 is remaining. There was $1,000 for the curling club and 1,500 for Bolinas.
Thank you.
Dry grant, yeah.
22,500. Thank you. Okay, so Chamber of Commerce comments. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to staff. So as Jetta mentioned, we currently have an agreement in place. How does this new request change the agreement? Are we legally allowed to open up the agreement like this? Just give them more annual fee for service amount? I thought it was more of a formal process that we did. I do want to start off by saying thanks to the chamber for all the work that they do. I know they're all volunteers, one paid position for the advocacy in the city for the businesses and everything. But I think we need to revisit if there's a huge gap between what we are funding and what their expectation is. So yeah, if staff could speak to the legal part of the agreement in place, please.
If I may, through the mayor.
Go ahead, CEO Kaler.
So we currently have a 1-year agreement that expires at the end of December.
Is it generally just a 1-year agreement or does it renew for 5?
It has been a mix, but recently it's only been a 1-year agreement.
Okay.
I think because of concerns from council around the costs and the different expectations as mentioned by Councillor Gore.
Yes, there were some difficulties in the year previous, and so I realized that the 1 year was advantageous at that particular point, I must say. Okay, council, go ahead. Weigh in, Councillor Grants, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we renew the agreement for 1 more year under the current terms. And that gives us another year to allow the chamber to get their feet under them a bit more. And I know that several council members are having conversations with new management there, the new executive director, interim executive director, in order to try to find a good way forward to make sure that the services are being provided and that their needs are being met and that everyone's contributing well in the community.
I'll second that motion. Okay, do I have any further comments, or Councillor Grants, do you wish to speak any further to your motion? Thank you. I'm okay as well. I comment on the motion on the floor. Councillor Martin?
Yes, I just want to confirm, is this the previous amount?
Yeah,
With no
the-
increase?
The no increase, just the regular amount.
Regular
that's
amount,
already
yes.
approved in the
Yeah.
past, at
there's an
$59,000
increase.
per year?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. All those in favor? I can't see Councillor Gora. Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, if you hold up a little further, Councillor Gora, we get a delay in yours. Yeah, thank you. That carries unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, the next number 20 is Park Swan District Historical Society. They are currently funded with an ongoing amount of $5,000 per year. The request is to increase that to $58,400 annual amount and index to inflation. In 2026, that would be an increase of $53,400 with the estimated 5-year incremental amount of $267,000. Funding for this would be from property taxes. And just to summarize, as noted, other support that is already provided by the city. There have in the past been additional grants and aid. In 21 and 22, additional COVID grants and aid of about $52,000. They operate on city-owned land at no cost and receive an annual permissive tax exemption of about $9,000 in 2026 for a total exemption of $15,000 for all jurisdictions.
Thank you. Any initial comments?
Is it
Yeah.
possible to make without a motion, just explain a few things or?
Yeah, we
Okay,
have a general conversation just on questions, just, like what ifs and stuff like that.
well,
What ifs and maybes. And
yeah, first of all, I wanted to explain that originally, when that development was done from the original heritage property, they had $1 million from Mrs. Craig, and that has run out, just so you know. And so that was supporting what was going on there. And that's a fact. I've been on the board long before I was here, and they have taken over and done an amazing job, this board. I've got some coverage because this is property of the cities. It's city land, as you mentioned, and some costs that they go through. And this is what they're asking for is ongoing costs of running the place. I mean, they have volunteers, lots of things that they do with volunteers, but I've got a breakdown of what the costs are if you want to hear it, that's all.
just,
Up
Councillor Martin, and I thought I heard some of
Yeah.
the same, but was there some capital improvements that they were doing, like, was the roof? Do you have a list of?
No, the capital, that hasn't come up yet. This is all the development that they've done over the years. And what it was an original, Mrs. Craig gave it to the city. I don't know how many years ago, but it was in 2010, they started to do improvements. Or maybe 2018, and now the fund is gone that was used for the improvements of the property. There's no money for a roof. No, they'll have to apply for grants for that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
What I was considering is like, could we do, like, if we maintain their annual grant of $5,000 a year, could we increase it to $7,500 a year? Like we have for the other organizations, and then maybe consider a $10,000 from contingency grant for the capital improvements that they talked about, like to go toward. I know it doesn't come close to replacing the roof,
No.
but could
Well,
we do that?
What I was wanting to do is to explain to you what the costs are that the 53,000 is for. And so you would understand that, that's all. I have a list here. I mean, it's,
Yeah. Let us know, go ahead.
the ground maintenance are $12,000. This is besides all the volunteers. So ground maintenance, $12,000 a year. building maintenance, 12,000 a year, custodial, 3,500, utilities, 4,000, hydro, 7,500, liabilities, 12,500, pest control, 1,500, alarms support, 5,000, and annual fire inspection, 400. Those are the costs that this community of fundraise for. They do everything they can to fundraise, but they still have, this is a property that the city owns. So wouldn't you think that you would, I mean, for me, I would like to change the grant situation, and that's another subject down the road. And I think Councillor Frass has alluded to that, because I don't even know why we have it personally. But this is a city property, just like the MAC. I mean, anyway, that's just my thoughts. I'm just sharing it with you, just so you know.
Yeah.
It's on the record. Yeah.
That's good. It's
Yeah.
thankful. For the counselors that are zooming in, I'd appreciate it if you kept your camera on. It's kind of impossible to run a meeting if you're flashing in and off, because there's a delay every time you turn your camera back on. It would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, so Parksville District Historical Society, I'd like to move move their operating annual grant from $5,000 to $7,500 a year. An increase of $2,500 annually. Seconded by Councillor Beal. And my comment is that brings us in line with the other organizations that we've increased their annual grant to reflect current inflationary values. And that's it. Everybody, yeah. I could give you a commercial, but you don't need it about the museum. But yes, so that's myself, the seconder. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Beal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, is there also an intention to make an additional motion to provide some additional funding for them, one-off funding, not ongoing funding, perhaps?
I think that would follow this one. Thank you. Any further comments to the motion on the floor? Councillor Frass?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the increase there to their annual operating costs. I wonder though if there's consideration need to be made for looking at their kind of budget that they have there, and to, you know, how much of responsibility Parksville should be taking on. Perhaps I'm thinking that maybe it's not quite enough. I'm not sure what the next motion will be as far as, you know, I see an ongoing grant. To me, that's a grant's more of a one-time thing. So, but it looks like they're looking for an increase of 58,000 to our ongoing operational costs. I think that needs to really be looked at and see where we should be at, because I think 7,500 is actually a little bit low, maybe for what's going on here, considering the importance of the Parksville Museum, keeping the history and heritage of Parksville, and yeah, just some other thoughts. Maybe I'll hold on to for right now, though.
My own thoughts, Councillor Frass, is that to increase it from 5,000 to 7,500 is a step in the right direction. And with the knowledge that, you know, incrementally, you know, like in 27 and 28, we would look at increasing it again to try and catch up to where but I have a little bit of reluctance to jumping it all at once. I get exactly what Councillor Martin has said about the endowment that they had, but at the same time, I recognize that they've done a great job of fundraising too, for a lot of their capital projects, and they've come through. They've worked hard to get where they're at. I recognize, you know, like I don't like comparing to other municipalities, because other municipalities, I just don't like doing that, because there's so many other factors what we do that the other ones don't. And so that's why I appreciate looking at each one on a one-off. I think this is a good first step, but I don't feel that we can responsibly kick in for the full amount, anything further at this point, but just with the knowledge that we hope that the next council will try to amend and bring them up, but it's just we can't do it all at once. It's a big chunk, you know, because we're increasing the other groups as well. When you take all these little increases, it just keeps on adding up to the total package at the end. I'm worried about that.
One
Councillor
thing that was mentioned to me was that, here it is, a city property. Do they want us to just give you the keys and you run the place? Because that's what they've said to me two times on the board meetings. And you just have to pay the bills then. They'll give you the keys, they'll walk away. I'm just sharing that with you. It's been mentioned to me twice. And and they are sincere. I mean, they are very all in. You wouldn't believe it. It's a wonderful organization. So I'm just sharing that. I think the consideration is a start, that's for sure. I don't want to be like not thankful, but I'm just sharing with you what's been, because of the fact that it's a city property and that they've done so much for it. And it's such a, how can I say, a destination now. And they need the money. So there you go.
It's another worthy organization. It's another worthy. Is it more worthy than the other ones? It depends on what side of the fence you're on, right? So they're all worthy, or else they wouldn't be asking here. We wouldn't let them pass the front door. So they are all worthy, but it's just it's all impacting our taxpayers. And so who are also worthy of consideration. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, any more questions on the motion on the floor? All those in favor? Okay. No no. Okay, once again, all those in favor? Okay, Councillor Grenz, Councillor Wood, Councillor Gower, Councillor Beal, Mayor O'Brien, Councillor Fraz. Oh, okay, Councillor Martin now. Okay, it is unanimous now. Thank you. Carries.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any further motions that would like to be made to perhaps consider an offset, a one-off offset? I think it was indicated that maybe on this particular society that could be possibly funded from contingency to you know, $5,000 or $10,000 to help. Whether they put it into capital or operating, that would be up to their decision, wherever they feel that it'd be a benefit. Councillor Franz?
Yeah, thank you. I like to make a motion to that extent using council contingency. I'm gonna say for $10,000. And this is to bridge the gap of an increase of their annual funding for next year. Until next year. So out of council contingency, $10,000 for them.
As a one-off. Yes.
Until their ongoing funding, funding can be increased to match it.
Right. I second that. Discussion on the motion on the floor. Yeah,
Just one
absolutely.
clarification.
Go ahead.
Felt like I was trying to explain it while mentioning it too, which doesn't quite make sense, but the aim is to, it's not as so much as a grant as far as I think the operational funding is still short of where we should be with them. And the $10,000 is mentioned, doing all at once to increase their funding to $15,000. You know, if we were to give them $15,000 this year to make it 20,000 operational funding, would tie us to that for next year. But I expect that there's an incremental increase coming in the future years. And until we can have that increment there, I think that's where the contingency will kind of bridge that gap. So.
Thank you. Any further comment on the, Councillor Gordon, you have your hand up? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So we know the importance of the museum. We all love what work they do. The problem with this motion is on the part of the council to approve this would be lack of consistency and fairness. So if we consider this one-time $10,000 grant, which is not even specified, how is it one-time need that we are trying to fill? Rather, it's an ongoing issue that they have with lack of the funding gap. We are giving them one-time token $10,000. I not only find it insufficient, but it's almost like they're asking for $60,000 and we give them $10,000. There's a huge gap. And they're asking for an ongoing. It's not just a one-time ask as well. So there's a bit of a real mismatch here, what's being asked and what's being provided with this motion. Maybe Councillor Frost can help me understand this better if he hasn't already tried. that I don't find this to be a very consistent move on the part of council to do that. The consistent thing would be to have a motion of $58,400 come from property taxes on an ongoing basis. That would seem to me a more consistent approach. We can vote against it or for it, but the motion itself, I don't find very, very fair to be voting on, to be honest.
Councillor Fries, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so it's because I not supportive increasing it to $58,000 operating budget right now for them, which would come straight out of our property tax. I also don't want to have an increase of property tax beyond that increment that we gave them of 2,500. The contingency, since the money's already in the budget there, would be a way to get them up to $20,000 a year. And then in the future year, then we can look at increasing their operating amount and start to get it closer towards where they need to be. So that's why I say it's not as a one-time grant. It's just this time coming out of contingency, but next year I would look at doing it out of the out of property taxes.
Right.
So it would keep it off of so much of an increase this year, but the next year I'd be looking to move it and get them a little bit closer to that 58,000. But as the mayor mentioned before, I think doing it incrementally because I don't quite see it for offering them $60,000 this year.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Thanks, Mayor. So, if we're trying to transition to something that's recurring, why wouldn't we do 25% of their ask or 50% of their recurring ongoing ask, make it a line item from property taxes this year? Because if we do it one time from contingency this year, well, then the gap is still going to be just as big to make it a recurring line item next year, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Councillor Fries, go ahead.
My only comment to that would be, you're welcome to amend the motion.
Sure. Well, let's amend the motion to let's go to 25% of their ongoing ask of their recurring line item, and then over 4 years we can make it up to what this year's ask is.
No, wait, that's way too high.
Sounds like the mayor's a no.
It is, and it's kind of to the point of why I tried to go with the $10,000 is I think that try to hit that sweet spot of where I think there's an appetite and we can get the buy-in to it. If we go too much, too fast, then it's a no. Already increasing it to 75,000 or 7,500. I think that was, one baby step, and now this is the next one. But I didn't think there would be much success beyond that. And
Okay, so no seconder to change the motion from contingency to 25% of their $58,400 ask. There's no seconder on that.
Councillor Gore has his hand up. Are you seconding that motion?
I love a motion to be discussed, so definitely I'll second it for discussion, Mayor, if the councillor can convince the rest of the council to vote one way or the other.
There's already a motion on the floor.
This is an amendment to that motion.
So you have to ask for amendment.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I think what they're doing is trying to put forward an amendment. So council would have to vote on whether to accept that amendment, which is not a friendly amendment. It would need it's so different from the main motion that it would need a vote right now to be accepted as amendment before it's discussed.
okay, so as the mover of the motion, I'll accept that amendment and we can.
No, so it has to be voted on. So it's not a friendly amendment because
see.
it's so different. So
Okay.
council would have to agree to amend the motion to what Councillor Wood is saying. So it has been seconded by Councillor Gore. So you would now, council now needs to vote on whether to accept the proposed change.
Which is?
To
Please.
give 25% of the ongoing ask. So whatever 25% of 58.4 from property taxes in perpetuity is what I understand.
Clarification, Councillor Fries.
Just to be clear then, would this set their operating funding at that 25% rate, or this be in addition to the 7,500 a year that's already been approved? And maybe that's just for clarity for Councillor Wood, the intention of that.
And we've already approved 7,500.
So if I may, Mayor,
Hold on, Councilor Gore, we're still trying to get clarification here because
I'm
we've
just trying to
already.
do the math.
we-
I'm trying to
we've
do the
already
math
passed
for us.
We've already passed a motion for 7,500.
Yes.
So,
So what
okay,
I'm,
hold on, Councilor Gore. CAO Kaler's going to weigh in.
So if I may just provide some math support, 25% of 58.4 is 14,006. And so I think the clarification would be, is that now in addition to the 7,500, or is it 14,600 is the total? So that would be an increment of whatever that is.
Another 7.
Yeah, basically.
Well, this doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how we could actually amend what we've already passed through. The motion to amend it to 7,500.
Yeah, so-
How can we've already said what we're going to do for the annual.
Yeah,
How could we amend, we can't amend that again now. It's like you just keep on adding to it until you get up to the total. What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
so the
You can't.
motion,
You-
the
you
motion
could-
is to add whatever, well, I'm not sure what Councillor Wood's intent was, to make it a total of the 25% or 25% plus the 7,500 that was just approved.
But I don't know how could we even talk about amending the annual amount when.
Yeah.
The amendment is on my $10,000 motion.
Yeah.
And so I'm just asking clarity
But it's passed.
No, it hasn't been voted on.
Okay.
The 10,000 out of contingency, and now there's a amendment to increase up to 25%.
But previously, we voted to.
The 7,500.
To 7,500.
That's done.
That's what I'm saying. But now Councillor Wood's motion is to adjust that annual amount up further. But you've already passed a motion through to say the 7,500, which we agreed on. And how can we say, well, now we want another motion to change it to more? I'm sorry, we've already proved that. The only motion that could be now would be if a further request would be to do a grant amount, not on an annual amount, would be on a one-time shot to help pay for the contribution that Councillor Fraz has already done, 10,000. Council Wood is bringing up the fact of trying to bring up their annual operating amount. We've already decided that, so. Your motion stands at 10,000. We can't,
Well, then we should vote down the amendment.
Yeah.
right.
But if I
because the
may,
amendment has been seconded.
yeah, the amendment has been seconded, so it would need to be either ruled out of order or voted on.
Yeah, or withdrawn.
I can withdraw, it's fine.
it should
Thank
be out
you.
of order.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go back to the motion on the floor by Councillor Fraz, which was to allocate $10,000 from contingency. Okay, and we have that moved and seconded? Thank you.
Sorry,
Okay,
okay.
$10,000, great. All those in favor? Councillor Grens, Councillor Beal, Mayor O'Brien, Councillor Fraz, Councillor Martin, that carries. And those opposed? Opposed are Councillor Wood, Councillor Gower. Thank you. Kelly, please, if we could, on contingency.
Mayor O'Brien, 2025 contingency is at 12,500 with nothing spent yet from 2026. So you're still at 25,000.
Thank you. Okay. That was easy. Parksville Downtown Business Association. Have you fallen asleep, Teresa? Sorry. How did you get to be at the end? Jeez, I know. Just luck. No, just luck. Oh, they're here waiting. So, okay. Number 21, if you could, Jetta, please.
Okay, the request from the Parksville Downtown Business Association is for a one-time $20,000 contribution related to their Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure Program grant application. And there's some options here. One, it could be a cash contribution that could be funded from property taxes. But as our CAO mentioned, it can also be contributed via in-kind staff time, which there is plenty of in-kind staff time that is dedicated to the downtown, whether that's lighting or upkeep by our park staff or things like that. We didn't pass the Morrison Avenue Sequoia, so that's what's mentioned here on the slide, but there are other in-kind costs that would be sufficient to identify and meet the PDBA's request for funding from the city.
Okay, we're committee of the whole, so I can do this. Are we council?
It's council meeting, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to, because I want comment from Teresa Cooper. So I'd like motion to move into committee of the whole. Okay, moved and seconded. Do we have to vote on it? Yeah. I'd like to move into committee of the whole at this time to get further information for those not here from someone in the audience. All those in favor? Thank you. I think that carries unanimous. Teresa, I'm unclear, like, what this looks like. What do you need? Like, in what we're saying is that we can provide staff time in kind. Does that satisfy your request? Just a commitment to that? Or I see that there's a dollar amount here. So this is a contribution to the REDIP program, the diversification and infrastructure program. So tell me, how do you need this? Do you need this as cash? Do you need it as staff to give you a bunch of reports or backing and support letters? Tell me what you're looking for here.
The option is to do $20,000 cash or $20,000 in kind towards the project that we're working on. And CAO Kaler and I have talked about making that a $20,000 in kind support for placemaking in the downtown area that will complement the project that we're working on. As a, for instance, if we do a lot of facade improvements on Morrison, maybe we do something in the park where the tree was taken down, or somewhere else, you put in bicycle stands or benches and things like that. It's important that it be directed towards placemaking, because that allows me to then apply to ICE-T for $40,000 using your $20,000 in kind and our $20,000. And so your $20,000 in kind brings in $80,000 worth of placemaking into the downtown.
That's helpful. So I'm going to redirect to CAO Kaler. Do we have the staff capacity to provide 20,000 in kind support for this request?
So if I may, through you to council, we weren't sure how council would vote on the Sequoia thing. So we had planned for some work to happen on that in the 2026 work plan. But we have been chatting that we do already do a lot of placemaking things like hanging baskets and benches, and just we have a priority maintenance schedule. So we do a lot of work downtown anyway. But if it has to be additional new work, then we would have to redeploy that from somewhere else. Like we would have to, and then we would probably need some kind of budget to do that additional work. Like if it was new bike racks, we don't have the material supply in the budget. But if it's, we had some discussions that we definitely spend more than 20,000 in the downtown in staff time,
Right.
like all the time. So I thought that was sufficient, and we would just identify that this is what we do for placemaking. So different than other parts of the downtown, we have like a really robust planting schedule. Like we do all the hanging baskets and all the flowers that we don't do in other parts of the city. So that's distinct to the downtown. So Teresa and I felt fairly confident we could find the 20,000 and just allocate it from what we're doing. But we weren't sure how the Morrison thing was going to go. So that would have been a little bit more straightforward, because it was a new item into the budget specifically for placemaking there.
Right. Okay. So that was a good thing then. So I understand. I hear loud and clear that what it's for, and I agree anyways that it will actually lead with the 20 and 20 type of thing, the possibility for 80. Okay, thank you. Any other questions while we're in committee for the audience, or any other, like, we're in committee so we can have informal discussion now at this point. Councillor Frass, do you have anything further?
Just question then, is this item taken care of then, but we're saying that?
So if I may, it's really up to council. Like there is an option of allocating $20,000 in the budget for a discrete item, like for new bike racks or for art somewhere. But that was earlier in the agenda. That was not supported for the Sequoia area.
Right. Okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions for audience member? Okay, motion to return to regular meeting. Moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? Okay, we're back in regular meeting. Okay, so number 21, I think we should actually do a motion to contribute 20,000 in-kind contribution to the Parksville Downtown Business Association. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Frass. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Thanks for waiting. Your patience is incredible. Yeah, it's great. Now we get to, okay, but I had a question here. Okay, so council contingency right now, 12,500 for 25, correct? We have added some items, increased annuals. How much, all those little 0.1s and 0.4s and 0.3s, how much of a property tax increase that we accumulated today, right now?
Yes, Mayor O'Brien, I'm just going to eliminate the two that are still sitting in there that you have not yet approved because you moved to go back to them. So let me do the math. So you're currently at 6.76% total.
That's total, 6.76%?
Correct.
Okay, as of right this moment. Thank you. So those of you online, did you hear where we're at?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Okay, so Betta, if we can go back to,
I think we're back to number 17.
should have been to the Oceanside Community Arts Council. Have we made any decisions at all around this at any amount? Thank you. We're starting fresh. Okay. Last item. So you mentioned two items that we carried forward, or somebody mentioned two items.
Yeah, so this item was referred to the end of the meeting, but the previous motions did not pass.
Right. Okay. But there was another item after this?
Sorry, I can answer that, Mayor O'Brien. It was the amount for the incremental increase of the $2,500 per year. Plus there was no resolution regarding the one-time grant. So there was, you might consider it one motion, but there was two items.
Right. Okay. Okay. So we haven't even done the 2,500. We haven't approved that. Okay. So that's, I understand what you're saying. Thank you. On the same page. Okay. So let's start again on this one. Now that we're all fresh after that break in committee. So, Councillor Beal, would you like to have any discussion or any further?
I think Councillor Gore had a motion.
Can I make a suggestion, Mayor?
Sorry.
I heard Councillor Grenz as well. Councillor Grenz?
Oh, I saw that Councillor Gore put his hand up earlier at the beginning of this section.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gore.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a motion first about the ongoing $7,500 grant. That's it, that piece.
Go ahead with your motion.
I just did, that we increase the ongoing amount to $7,500 annually.
Thank you. I'll second that motion. Would you like to speak further to it?
No, please, thank you.
And I, as a seconder, yes, please, thank you, no. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Is there any further motions? Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate keeping track of the contingency fund, and I'd like to make a motion to award a $10,000 grant to the Oceanside Community Arts Council for their capital project, towards their capital project, and for it to come out of 2025 contingency fund.
I'll second
That would
motion.
leave us 2,500 in the contingency fund.
I'll second that motion. Councillor Beal, would you like to speak to it any further?
Call the question.
I think I've elaborated enough, but I do know this will still be a huge shortfall for them.
Thank you. Councillor Gore, is your hand up?
Yeah, it's just point of clarification from staff. How is it different from my motion that was defeated?
Irrelevant, yes, yeah. Serious. Council Beal, it's her motion. She maybe can talk further, help you out.
Thank you for I will say thank you for the question. I think at the end of it all, it was really a wish to acknowledge Councillor Gren's suggestion to move it to the end. And I suspect that had to do with the wish to look at it all and all the requests together before making a decision.
Good point. And that is quite correct. We had to figure out what contingencies were being let go and not. Okay. Second motion is on the floor. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Jetta, what's left?
Okay, that was the last one
Already?
already. So next steps would be to bring a draft bylaw to council at the December 15th meeting. We will bring back a verbal reporting back on the accessible parking funding questions. So we'll try and bring that to you at the December 1st meeting if we can get that information. Otherwise, we'll take the direction from today, incorporate that into the financial plan and bring that forward for your consideration.
There's actually sorry. Oh, yes, absolutely. Question. You got to do it when the question mark's on the screen.
Yeah, I saw that bit. Perhaps a question if this is around process, but I did mention at a previous meeting regarding a notice of motion about approving support to be a sponsor for a student from Bolinas for AVICC. It was recommended at that time that come to a December 1st meeting. So I just wanted to mention that and remind people of that would also be, and my hope is that there's still a little bit of money in contingency and that if it's needed, and it might not be needed. But the other piece is that I am hoping that we can review the amount that we have set aside for bus stop amenities or transit amenities, because learning that would only allow for a shelter every 2.5 years means that every 3rd year this would be permitted, and in my view that's unacceptable. So I would also like to have us have a look at what we should do or could do to adjust that amount.
Okay. What I
Okay.
will just add is that so that there's just a full understanding, we're at the tax increase that we're at. We don't actually do the tax rates bylaw until the spring financial plan. So we build in this increase for now, and then we'll bring back the completed roll and the revised roll from BC Assessment to understand if there's any implication to that property tax revenue amount that then might require further adjustment to that. But that's our preliminary number that we'll start with. Which I think, if our manager of finance could confirm where we ended on our property tax increase.
6.77%.
Oh, I have 7.6. Oh, my gosh.
May I just ask, did that include the amount that I believe we approved for the fire department? Because my numbers didn't add up to that, but great. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that's where we'll start. And that gives a starting point with the financial plan for 2026 to be revisited in the spring for the amended.
Okay. I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And also, I see in my notes, it says anybody in the gallery who wishes to provide comments to council? You're the only one left. Thank you for staying awake. Thank you. I'd like to get a mover and seconder for adjournment if I could, please. Moved by Councillor Wood's hand. Seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.